Troopers turned with empty eyes, no warning, only cold replies. Our brothers once, now faceless foes, as every Jedi temple closed. And we fell in the night under starlight, betrayed by the ones we had led, by the ones we had made. In the silence they came, left the future in flame. Now the order is gone, only ashes remain. The children ran, the doors gave way, no mercy shown that fateful day. He walked the path we could not see, the chosen one lost to the sea. How did it end like this so fast? 1,000 years undone so fast. The Clone Wars and a darker birth, a shadow claimed the light of worth. And we fell in the night under stars, betrayed by the blade of a friend. In the mess they obeyed, no goodbye, no last stand, just the sweep of a hand. Now the order is gone, only ashes remain.
The stars were calm, the force was still. The young ones slept on Coruscant's hill. The thunder came with sabers red, and echoes filled the halls with dread. The troopers turned with empty eyes, no warning, only cold replies. Our brothers once, now faceless foes, as every Jedi temple closed. And we fell in the night under starlight, betrayed by the ones we had led, by the ones we had made. In the silence they came, left the future in flame. Now the order is gone, only ashes remain. The children ran, the doors gave way, no mercy shown that fateful day. He walked the path we could not see, the chosen one lost to the sea. How did it end like this so fast? 1,000 years undone so vast. The Clone Wars and a darker birth, a shadow claimed the light of worth. And we fell in the night under starlight, betrayed by the blade of a friend. In the masks they obeyed, no goodbye, no last stand, just the sweep of a hand. Now the order is gone, only ashes remain. Only ashes remain, only ashes remain. Ooh. of the stars, the beacon fell. The temple's fire rang every knell. Children cried where hope once stood, as sabers clashed in brotherhood. In jungles deep where blossoms grew, a sister turned as blasters flew. Isla fell in fields so wide, no time to run, no place to hide. And the stars watched in silence as the Jedi died, from the core to the rim, across every divide. Their voices were still, their fates intertwined with the cold final order, encoded in time. On crystal worlds where snows descend, and burning plains that never end, the general stood with loyal grace, till rifles rose to take their place. One crossed a bridge of floating stone, another fought where Wookiees roam. They called for help, but none replied. The force swept where they defied. And the stars watch in silence as the Jedi died, from the core to the rim, across every divide.
Who's ready for the Order 66 raid? As we're starting off with a bang here. How we doing, chat? You guys excited? Got a new raid coming right at ya. You're a bigger one, Free. No yellow eyes, MP. Very nice, Karen. What'd you use? The size clone trooper. How you guys doing? Not a load 1900 to 67. I low-key don't hate the song either. This is kind of nice. I thought you were dressed as a pirate. maybe when they're available in game. I still have my I feel like the Jedi Sith combo is probably more appropriate for the time being. Jamil, how you doing? Rokaren? MP? Heyo, Ketchup? Dirk, how you doing? Nexit, Christopher? Yeah, the Dre is quite the thing to take down. Just like a pyre for unlocking Hondo. I could do that, although I will probably take a long time to unlock good old Hondo. I'm doing great. I'm excited for tonight. I need to message the raid server to see what they want to do. I don't know if we're gonna speed through GAC and then do raid, or probably should do the opposite. See it there. Oh, Kadar messaged me. Nice. Petition to start with GAC if your opponent has mace. I don't think my opponent has mace at all. Alright, I'll see if we can get the raid server in here already. Speed through raid and do GAC. It's up to RZ. Did the web store pack take your free-to-play card achievement? Oh, I have not gotten it yet. Guys, I literally got off work 40 minutes ago. I had to come home and literally all of this. What's up, Meathead? How you doing? I think I'm about to join you in live. Yeah, okay, awesome. All right, we're gonna get on with Meathead and the rest of the gang here. Alright, come on. Where are you at here? Good old raid server. Oh, there's another developer in here. Oh, there's a lot of people. Wow. Is this in the general? Oh, no, this is the other one. Never mind. Hello, hello.
Welcome, Calvin.
What's up, guys? You guys are also live, so take note, I guess.
Copy. Hello, everybody watching Calvin.
I think I got everything plugged in, right?
He does sound a
Yeah,
little bit quiet.
At
I
least
sound a little bit quiet?
100% for me. Yeah, he was quiet.
I'm typically very loud.
In Discord, you are not. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna pump your volume up.
So is there a game plan? Or are we just gonna go in like button mash? Like, are we what are we doing?
It's whatever you want.
Whatever
Yeah,
I
I mean,
want.
it's up to you. Yeah.
We'll
I
have
mean,
some. We might have some ideas and suggestions, but I think for the moment, just smash nades until they work.
All
Seems like a
right.
good
Yeah.
idea.
Be getting judged by the person
So,
behind it while you-
This is gonna be a little bit different than last time. Whereas with the Naboo raid, I was pretty set. I might only have like it's gonna be a lot of like free to playness, I guess. Where I have the new Bad Batch squad up and running, but after that, I mean, it gets pretty slim pretty quick.
Mm.
which I think is good because a lot of us over here have cracked a lot of like higher relics, mace clones things. So I think seeing anything that's not that is like exactly what we need.
Doing my part then. I did like save all my mods before this, so I can just like make a complete mess here. I'm trying to. So where's the raid here? Ooh, Lord Vader. So I'm a little bit curious to purely see how my Tarkin and Nightfall Trooper do, because I actually have him already at Relic 9. And I guess he's free to play. He's been free to play farmable for a minute, right?
It's been like
Alpha's been
2 weeks.
available now.
So my next question, I guess, is how is Tarkin supposed to be modded? Because I have not like been able to use him yet, so he literally just has straight up pilot mods on.
Well, he is. If I remember correctly, his kid wants potency on it, does it not?
Yeah, so I've heard speed potency. I mean, this is just talking for like PvP stuff. I don't know if we've dialed stuff in for raid, but I've heard like speed potency. I've heard offense potency.
All right, well, I'm gonna make a complete mess of my mods, so let's do this. Let's do a speed set with potency set, and then I'll just put like stupid offense secondaries on there. How about that?
Deal.
Be fun.
All right. Also, it's very hot right now. Okay. So good old Tarkin here. Let's find some good offense secondaries for you, and then let's sort by offense, add speed. Oh, that's why in the world was that on Zam? Gross. And remove that. Let's do speed. Let's say it has to have. Let's say that has to have at least 60% on both. There we go. I really should be looking for all three, shouldn't I?
Just so you know, we're gonna be watching tentatively without giving any strategy.
Meatheader, did you just like talk? Because I heard like a whisper in the force.
Am I? Do I like to? Do you?
Yeah, I can like hear like a
hear.
muffled sound in the background. I have no idea what you're saying.
You sound clear as a whistle to me.
Maybe I need to have headphones on because the rest of you guys sounded fine.
I can hear you pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean,
I remember we had this issue last time too. Meathead was very quiet to Calvin and the people watching Calvin stream, so it might be just an audio sorting issue on his end.
Maybe.
Why does Calvin hate me? That's the question I'm gonna. Just read through my DMs real quick.
Yeah, I swapped over to my headphones, and it's slightly better, but still, like I can't hear anything he's saying, and I don't think anyone else on stream can either. So I'm not sure if that
Do
matters.
you want to try
but...
bolstering his output on your end?
I mean, I don't think there's anything on my end I can do. I think everything is set to 1000%.
Yeah, Calvin should be able to right click on your name and up the user volume.
Right click on a user. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Meathead
so
was-
right click on Meathead's name in Discord and up his user volume.
I did not
I've
know
also
you could do
put
that.
my
That's
output
insane.
to 150. I don't know if my output is. I could put it to 200. This is as loud as it possibly can get.
No, it's coming through all right now. I did not know you could change you. Okay, that's weird. I did not know it was a thing. But it's good now.
Oh, perfect. Any information? If you have questions, I mean, you have ABC here, person who's primarily the reason you're playing this right now. So,
Are you in charge, ABC?
Hello, everyone.
I was the lead design on the raid. In charge is kind of like a, not necessarily the word I'd use because there's so many checks along the way, but
oh, sure.
yeah, I definitely I was the lead on the design of it at least. So that's why I was like, just press the buttons and see what happens. I was like, yeah, I mean, that's basically what I did. So
as the lead designer,
works for me.
does Tarkin want a crit damage triangle?
Sure, why not?
Doesn't everyone?
Well, that 12% potency you got on there as a secondary looks pretty good too. So I'd say that's a decent first step.
Does ABC short for anybody but Calvin? Messed up. I don't know why I laughed at that.
All right, I got to 120% potency, more speed, and more offense. I have no idea if this is the right build, but these are mods.
That they are.
And my Oppo, I'm not going to change Oppo. I feel like Oppo's mods are pretty good, at least from a general standpoint. This is going to be weird though, because I'm going to try the highest tier that I can with these two goons, and I only have 2 of them, so we'll see how that goes. Are we a random query? Are we punished for having a smaller team?
Yes.
Yep.
So this will probably go well.
At the beginning, at the very beginning, you'll see.
You brought 2 people. I turn away.
I mean, I
turn away for 1 second.
Nightfall doesn't count. But yeah, so go ahead.
Oh, his counter is lower. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so I dispelled the retribution, so I don't get retributed here. Oh, they just killed me.
Yeah, that's about how it goes.
All right, so 0 points there. We're gonna go ahead and do the good old discard and exit.
That was a solid first try, if I might say so myself. That was,
So
not terrible.
let's just go down a tier, see what happens. I mean, I could just add some fodder in here, like just do Tarkin and Oppo. Do they have any clauses where, like, if your whole team isn't this exact thing and left-handed, you're screwed?
But Oppo did. Like if
Oppo
lead was
has a little
Lord
bit of
Vader or Tarkin.
Okay, so I can't put an ETH cost for good
And-
measure.
No.
Sorry, ETH. Also, thank you for the
I
memo,
mean,
Kevin.
you could see what happens.
I mean, I feel like the clone is probably better than ETH, but I mean, I could try a Luminara. That's better than ETH, right?
Sure.
Meathead, if you see like any random questions popping up in either chat as well, like you can throw them my way.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out.
I'm still getting pinged in those channels, so I'm kind of.
Yep, same here. But I'm keeping an eye on it for you.
I'm just like having flashbacks watching these raids attempts. Like this has been my last like 4 months. It's just watching my characters get blown up right out the gate.
Fond memories.
Oh yeah, and it's like, all right, tweak,
You
dead.
could have made it so that they didn't get blown up.
Where's the fun in that?
All right, so I'm getting completely ground pounded here on every tier. It's almost like I need a tank and support or something. Let's see about 900,000 here. All right, so I keep dispelling, and then they keep just putting the crap back out. So maybe, oh, I guess we were faster than this time. Okay, this is a little bit more promising. All right, so these are all. We have 4 Nightfall Trooper. Or no, we do not. We have 2 Nightfall Troopers Fox, which that's a bit criminal. I would love to have Fox, and then Oppo. So, do we think we kill the elites first? What do we think kill order here? Because I'm out of AoE, so I have to actually play now.
If I remember correctly, I thought I remember reading something about you want to kill the sides first and work your way in, possibly. But it's obviously been 4 hours to deliberate, so information is not going to be the most accurate, if I had to guess.
It's going to depend on the team itself. Like, for most runs in general, I liked killing Fox because he gives you the ability to increase the execute stacks on LV, which especially in this first wave where it's pretty punishing with all the AoEs. They're going to lower those rolls.
Yeah, the 2 commanders on the end have like little granteds that they give out upon killing them. So that's what that little icon is above their head, that little commander icon.
Oh, they do. Whenever Fox uses a special ability, reinforce all defeated disguised clones. Defeating this character grants the player the Dire Fortitude. Those are words. All right.
You want that. Yeah.
I feel like this is going worse than the last round in the lower tier. All right, that's a lot of retribution. Let's trigger that. Spring the trap. Ooh. At 5 stacks of execute. Which is good because it looks like he's about to murderalize us. Does this matter who we target?
No.
Get a bunch of buffs?
No.
Die anyways?
Yeah, so LV will get 5 stacks to execute here, right?
Yeah. All right, so we finally got a kill. I'm tempted to try that tier again, which is not great because that's like bottom row. Yes, Vinny, this is the new raid. I feel like this is already what we're seeing on screen is already more footage from episode 3.
Vinny Languini Lamborghini is probably the most amazing name of all time.
All right, I really don't love that cleanse. I'm almost wondering if we hold the basic or the special there. Although it could also just be my turn order. Yeet. Nope. Yeah, is Tarkin coming in too slow? And I'm actually not even, I guess the dispel's okay. Because I do that. Yeah, and then he just goes and cleanses. Let's see if we can fix that. Can I get you faster? So I do have... Oh, yeah, I've got some crap mods on him. All right, I'm sure JML has something
delicious mods.
What's that?
So look at all those delicious mods.
Yeah, this one's got 27 and some potency. So he's going to take a bit of a potency hit here, but that's probably enough.
They do resemble my personal mods, so like I'm not upset with it. It's like I'm testing it with some specific mods, but like personal mods, I'm like, yeah, this is more representative of what I'm running. So
Okay, I think honestly the potency might be hurting me more because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, if I don't get debuff, I can't go too low on potency because if I do,
What's your potency at right now?
100 and something,
Okay.
112 base. Let's do potency primary, speed secondary. Do I have a better? Oh, Jar Jar. Sorry, buddy. Boop.
that hurts personally.
Yeah, it's rude.
It'll go back
my
down once we're
guy.
done.
It is. That is your guy.
All right, Boston Ass, thank you for your contribution. Yeah, I don't know how much
Yeah,
I love his
Calvin.
potency going that low.
Calvin, you can personally thank KBC for Jar Jar Binks.
Can I?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
ABC, are you responsible?
I designed Jar Jar.
Do I need to give you a hug?
Well, that's better than what others would be giving me, so I'll take it.
Jar Jar is my, if you didn't know this, Jar Jar is my like all-time favorite character. And honestly, like from a design point, I think he was very well designed.
He was a beautifully made character.
Like
His abilities were
Appreciate it.
perfectly spot on. My favorite is his the AoE he does for running away from the big boomas.
I love the amount of randomness that was built into his kit. Like that's just so on brand.
Yeah, randomness is always tricky because like I'm a player as well, and so it's like when you see too much randomness, it like throws off a competitive style game. So it's really tricky to kind of balance a level of randomness into a character that is basically thematically who he is in a lot of ways. Like he has to kind of have that level of random, but you don't want to throw off the competitive nature of the game by adding so much random. So it's like you got to be careful with where you can put those in to where it aligns but doesn't like upset players.
Yeah, I feel like Jar Jar was the one to do that with, like where we would on a lot of characters, if you were to put in like random 1% chance clauses, we'd get ticked. But I mean, like that was like the safe zone to do that.
Yeah, it was like that. I also understood like it's Jar Jar because I would not have tried to do that on any other character. And there's plenty of like designers. We do a lot of collaborations with our units. So if I tried that with another character, they would just been like, "Why? I don't understand." But with Jar Jar, when I brought in that, they were fairly understanding. They're like, "Okay, I see here." And like if we can gate it in a way that feels fair and kind of allow for that one peak moment, like in that 1 in 10,000 hit happens, you end up just more laughing about it happening than being upset that it happened to you. Like that was mostly the goal with that.
Oh, I really like the Nana Nana Boo Boo animation that he gets when he gets the insta kill.
Like, I mean, the animation, like our team is like incredible because that was kind of their thing as well, where it was like, is there a way we can tip off to the player that this rare occurrence happened? And they were just like, well, what if we kind of did this like meh face, this like neener looking face? I was like, can we do that? I mean, how do we pull that off? And then they sent me this thing, and I was like, that's just hilarious. Now I was sad it was actually like a 1 in 10,000 chance because I was like, I wanted this to show up more frequently, but I think some people like kind of cheated it anyway, so it ended up on like Reddit day one. So I was like, all right, sure, that's cool. And then speaking of the art team, like that choke kind of animation that you see there, the pull and the swipe, like that was them just knocking it out of the park. They presented that idea to me. We've always wanted to kind of get this force choke animation into the game, but it's really tricky because of the type of characters you're facing constantly. Like, you know, does it look good if he's like force choking a Wampa? Like, can we make that happen? How do you force choke like BB-8? Like, it's weird. But because this, like, because here we had a set system of like, hey, he's fighting these like NPC Jedi characters. Like, we can actually kind of control this a little more. It's a little controlled environment. And so our art team was like, yeah, this might be the opportunity we have here. We can get this kind of choking element going on that we've wanted with this force choke of Lord Vader. And they mocked it up so quick and they showed it to me. I'm like, you just tell me what I have to do to get this into the game and I will get it into the game. And they're like, yeah, we can make this happen. And as they iterated it on more and more, I think like that to me was kind of the big selling point on this becoming just an event into like more of a raid, is you're like seeing the stakes of what's happening like behind your fight as you're trying to break through, because somebody is literally getting choked out right there and gets pulled forward and gets swiped, and you're just like, there's some stakes here that are very obvious, and they nailed it with that animation.
Oh shoot!
Was
So
there a...
finally made
fun
it to the
times.
end here.
Oh, I heard about this.
Do I just, is this just like hallway scene and I'm the baddie, or like, oh no, okay. Oh, okay, cool. Have any of you guys
Get that way.
have any of you guys played the episode 3 video game?
Oh yes, I played that.
Like, this is giving me pretty strong vibes of that.
Hmm.
Okay, so
I like that last bit of standoff thing that was there. That was a really cool art thing.
so what I'm
Yeah, so one thing with raids a lot of times is we want to give the player like an opportunity if somehow they missed early on, and they weren't able to get as many points in the very upfront, that we give you an opportunity on the back end to kind of recover and feel like you can do it. So some teams are maybe you're going to struggle on getting past this first wave and getting to the Jedi and saving the first one. But if you're allowed to kind of keep yourself solid and healthy and you get through to the end, you have that opportunity like we just saw where you can fight back against Lord Vader there and then potentially still be able to reach a high score or your max score, just if you can keep your guys alive. He does increase his enrage power based on your tier level. So like if you're in a lower level fight, his speed is a lot lower, so he doesn't respond as heavily, but as you get higher up, his speed is faster and faster. And if he's able to hit you, he just pretty much puts you in the ground.
So I've learned that Tarkin's speed was important, at least for this tier. If you allow Fox to cleanse all the debuffs, then you're in pretty big trouble. I was able to get through the tier 1 really easily with just the 2 of them. I think this tier is probably possible too. I'm a little bit conflicted. Well, I guess it doesn't even matter for this one, whether I do the AoE with Oppo to try to get the kill, or if I just spam the execute. Does this only go on? Does this go on to all allies gain it? Okay, so I probably want to use it with him. Yeah, this is nasty. Because if we don't kill, yeah, they're just gonna murder
Yeah, I
us.
see Don Senzi mentioned in chat that they appreciate how quick the attempts are, and that was definitely something we were actively paying attention to from folks' feedback in the previous raids, and tried to apply that philosophy here.
Yeah, we always are listening to like feedback that's presented. And one of the big feedback points around Naboo was that like it was longer. I mean, the attempts are longer for sure. And if we're requiring like 5 submits on it, like that is an amount of time that is getting a little too high. And so one of the goals for this one was definitely that we want to make sure that this is something we can get to where 5 attempts are going to feel reasonable and that there's a strategy behind it and you're able to kind of reach your max score at a time that we felt was like an appropriate amount of time allocation for your like few days that you have available for the raid. Like we didn't want you to feel like it was a slog or something that you had to sit there and really spend a lot of time focusing on. Like this is something you should feel like you can hop into if with the appropriate strategy, knock out an attempt in a couple minutes and feel good about that.
I've definitely seen a lot of people praising the quicker turnaround time on runs.
Yeah, it's great. It's so nice.
So I'm trying to do the basic with Nightfall. Oh, why does it keep... Okay, this might be something to report. Is it supposed to like reset to a different tier every single time I fail? Like I retreated and then it sets me back to difficulty 1 instead of 2.
Yeah, so I think that's something that happens if you don't submit a run, like if you don't finish one, then it just goes to whatever your last completed
Oh,
tier
okay.
was. Even if you like lost, as long as you see an ending and don't retreat, I think that's what locks in the tier, if I recall correctly. Because I've seen that
Good piece
before.
of feedback. It's a good piece of feedback, though. So if you're just trying to do 6 and attempt 6,
But I keep thinking,
just
like,
let
oh, I'm
folks know
doing
about
so
that.
well, and then I look up and I'm like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, that was somewhat of a pain point when I was doing some of the testing on this as well. Is a lot of it you have to keep like resetting everything to make sure everything is correctly updated. And then it's like, oh yeah, okay, this balance seems fine, or no, why is the balance so easy now? And then it's like, oh, it reset me to tier 0 difficulty.
Oh, here's something else that somebody mentioned in the YouTube chat. Uh, is there any possibility that you guys could take a look at autofilling slots? Because that is very annoying if you're trying to do undermans or practice or anything of and you're just filling with like random
Oh
Jedi
yeah, I've had to
and things
click
that you
out
have
of them
left
like 6
over.
times.
Yeah,
Oh, so you're not like constantly having to click
yeah,
them. Yeah.
right. Right, like earlier I was doing a Mace Underman, right, trying to take out Jocasta, and having to constantly remember to get rid of her was frustrating.
Jeez, guys are hating on all my characters.
I like Jocasta.
Like, get rid of her. I don't need this old lady with a gun. Get her out of
Not for
here.
Mace.
Shasta is one of my favorite additions this year. When I saw that you guys are bringing her in with the gun, I was like, yes, this is the shit we. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the stuff we are looking for.
Yeah, that was one of our lead designers here was big on making sure that she kind of had that big shot from her rifle from the
Well, it's a
comics and
big
stuff.
shot.
It's
It's a big
great.
shot.
So yeah, she was interesting to work on because of the swap from her saber to her rifle. But once she's in
That's-
that rifle mode, she can do some work.
It's effectively just a permanent stance change, like with a Jedi Knight Cal Kestis, right?
Yeah, so at least speaking for myself and stance change characters, stance they're a little tricky when they're done in a way similar to like Kiadi Mundi, where you tend to like run into situations where one stance wins out and you just want to stick to it and stick to one side. It becomes an issue with like the computer playing it because the computer maybe doesn't swap stances in the appropriate times and stuff. So it ends up being something like a character you kind of need to babysit a bit more. And so with Acosta, it was like, if the rifle is going to feel so much stronger, like why don't we just get to a point to where she just kind of unlocks it and becomes that for the rest of the time, so that it's kind of understood for the player. Just like get to this point. Once you get into that point, you kind of boost her power up.
Yeah, so I'm not having much luck with this tier in particular. I don't have enough damage to blitz them down, and then they just get through me too quickly. I kind of wish this gave you a bonus turn right after, so I didn't have to like choose between the two. But there's too much retribution. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I might just be at my limit for this then. Do you guys have any suggestions or anything you want to see from just the Oppo and Tarkin duo? I've done I think I can only get through 1.5.
Yeah. What did you get with 1.5? I didn't see that.
It
Before I
was
scored you down
pretty
there.
solid. I mean, I basically have enough damage between the two AoEs to just completely curb stomp them, and then they just can't kill us because of that. So get rid of the retribution. They're not fast enough, so I can use both my AoEs back to back. Pretty much just blow everyone up. Double AoEs there. Take the buff. Basics here. Save the dude. And then what is this? Oh, this this thing's to my enemies. That's good. And then I personally just been killing the sides even when Lord Vader's available. Just because at this tier, my AoEs typically take care of them. So this is I mean, this goes extremely smooth. I think I'm okay with 2 retributions. No, I guess 1.
Yeah, and to that, like surviving that enrage point, if you get to the enrage, if you look on your team, they have those like high morale icon. And when you get to the 3rd, if you save 3 Jedi, basically you can survive the initial swipe from Lord Vader. So it just gives you like another time, like a quick save. Like initially, we'll just block that shot because normally his attacks will just basically kill you.
So there are a few people asking in the chat right now. Is there the intention to give us a raid army at one point? Is that something that might be coming with pirates, or
we do not have any information provided at this time.
You say you don't have any information about it at this time?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's all fair and good.
All right, so I think, I mean, unless anybody has like some like strategy suggestions for those 2 in particular, I'm gonna pivot here, maybe to Jedi Vanguard.
Yeah, I think Tarkin and Oppo are looking pretty dead in the water at this point.
I mean, the nice thing with there just being 2 of them is that I was able to kind of filter through strategies with like basics and specials, and it didn't really, I felt like there might have been a small difference, but not enough to actually make it work or not work. And I think I had the modding right. I think having build them super fast, not allowing Fox to cleanse, I guess I could make them super slow and go after Fox, but I still think Oppo probably needs to be first to dispel the retribution. So for anyone who's just joining, I'm currently on with the raid server, which does also include Meathead and ABC, who Meathead is the community manager, and then ABC is the developer for the raid. So quite the star-studded cast here.
Oh yes.
Pleasure's all mine.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for having us. We really appreciate it. I know that we did this in the past, so this is always fun for us.
Yeah, we're glad we can get you back.
I'll expect my check in the mail.
Oh my. According to some
You're
of my
getting paid for
comments,
this.
it's
Yeah,
actually
you'll get that check when I get those
balance.
cards.
Oh, that's right. I do need to get you that stuff. Well, luckily for you, I'm going through all those. So
All right, so
I need to find Adians as well.
for Beck, I'm trying to think. I feel like I have a decent amount of Relic 7s. I'm not entirely against taking Bears to R7 either. I guess I could start. Should I just do that? Bears right to Relic 7?
Yeah,
I
I
feel
thought
it's
I
a
saw
little
somebody
bit
submit a
short-sighted,
good
I
run
guess,
with
but-
Barris earlier.
What's that?
I've maxed with Beck Jocasta. Well, actually, with this exact team, both at Relic 5 and Relic 8. So presumably it works to Relic 7 too.
All right, so I'm gonna try out 5 and see how I do. I feel like Jocasta well, I guess Plo Koon just needs mods. Which he actually has a really good set because I have him speed built to give turn meter to Starkiller. Actually, it looks like
Hey.
Tarkin stole his mod, so we'll take that.
Starkiller love, let's go.
So,
I mean, too fair. Starkiller's pretty awesome.
That was my first character.
Oh, that you designed?
Yeah, you have a prestigious designer on the on the call right now.
Starkiller's kit was who designed Cal Kestis? Jedi Knight Cal Kestis.
That was another designer here. Not me on that one.
Okay, I was about to give like major props because I think that I've always said that was like the most balanced character of all time.
Nice.
So sorry, ABC.
No, mine are unbalanced. That's kind of how mine are notoriously
I mean, you gave me Jar Jar
too
though,
strong.
so I think I'm sorry, Meathead. I think you're my favorite CG person.
It's okay. I don't want to be the favorite. I want the love to be spread across all the amazing developers we have on this team.
Well, it's not spread out; it's just going to
Yeah.
ABC. So
That's fair.
Well, I will spread the love to them though, so that works out. I mean, everything's collaborative. It's very rare you do anything in a bubble. So, like, you know, most of the kits you're presenting it to the team, and they go through like a pretty good teardown at multiple levels, and so like things get moved around and swapped all the time. But I haven't had to do one of those in a while. I only had like 2 characters this year because I've
Holy
been on the
crap.
raid so much. So
well, Barish just got offied, so that was great for her.
Yeah, so usually what happens is that one character just dies instantly, and that's okay. And then you win anyway. So don't
Is
worry.
it because this first wave is just too brutal? Because from what it looks like,
Yeah.
the first
So
wave has
what
6 and the
happens
rest
is-
don't.
Yeah. So the 2 on the outside, Oppo and Fox, don't revive, and the inside 4 do. So what happens then is that they land Order 66, and the disguised clones deal all that massive damage, right? And so somebody just dies in the big assist.
Oh,
But
like
then after
what's
that,
actually
you
in their
kind of
kits.
piecemeal. Yes. So then, yeah, once your sacrificial lamb dies, then the other 4 clean up.
Do we have opinions about hitting Lord Vader to free the clones, or not free the clones, free the Jedi over and just leaving the dudes alone? Is that like bad point wise? Like what's our opinion on that?
I mean, you do get points for killing the clones or defeating the clones, I should say. So like there is some element there. The way the scores are set up, you know, you maybe don't have to hit the enrage if you do everything appropriately, but there is also, you know, if you can get through and keep your team alive and healthy into the enrage of Lord Vader, you can also punch through there and gain your points. So there's like no real wrong way to do it. It's just playing out what's best for your team. But it was intentional that you could break through with some of the clones still there and go after Lord Vader if you need to just get to the Jedi quickly. But there are also elements of my team's strong enough to handle it. Like we don't need to maybe play with that sense of urgency.
Okay.
I would say in general, it's usually just fine to go for Lord Vader directly and not play around with the clones too much, from my experience so far.
All right, so I think I did that the first time, so we're gonna have to deal a little bit of damage from enrage. Okay, I do love this. This is cool. And then
I've just noticed Lord Vader swaps hands with his lightsaber. Unplayable.
Serious hand.
Unplayable.
okay, so that felt honestly pretty good. I'm curious. So that was the Relic 5 tier. Now the question I need to ask myself is Barriss the most appropriate R7 for my Jedi Vanguards? Because I already have the 4, which whatever. I'm almost considering Ayla. So Barriss didn't feel good, but Barriss also was the sacrificial lamb, so I don't think she did anything. I mean, maybe Ayla's better. Does Ayla do things without mace? Does she just? Oh no, she does not do things without mace. That sucks.
Yeah. I mean, she does the stuff that she used to do, but like nothing new.
Yeah. I love how they put
I
both
do
in here.
have
At
an
the start of the
official
battle of
response
Jedi Master
for-
Windu is in the leader slot, and there are no other Jedi Vanguard attackers with the leader ability. So, do you guys like hate Kit Fisto or something?
Damn. Just to answer the the Omni question,
Kit.
there is no current plans for one.
All right.
Hmm.
Thank you, Meathead, for
Yeah.
asking.
Kit was also one of the best for the Naboo raid. Like
Yes,
the
he
Kit,
was.
The Kit Lumi combo was intentional for sure.
Yes.
That was one of my favorite teams to run.
It was cool.
All right. I'm gonna try this without Jocasta for the conquest. The people who don't have conquest. I'm guessing this doesn't go super well. Jocasta actually felt like she was doing a lot in that last team.
I will
There's like
say I have
questions here,
seen
but I'm
a
like,
screenshot of somebody maxing Beck without Jocasta. So
Just a heads up, we do have ABC for just 5 minutes here. They have a time check for a 3 o'clock. So
Okay.
if anybody
Okay.
has any questions, feel free. This is probably the time.
yeah, I'm like,
what
not
was your
checking
favorite
the
team for
screens.
the raid, ABC?
My favorite team for the raid?
Yeah.
Probably the Mace team. Like Mace. Well, I don't want to give away everyone. Mace is the leader. At least just say that. And then
That almost implies that
Because
it's not
Mace
like
is-
the cookie cutter team we thought it has.
I mean, not to imply that it's not that. I just want to say like this is the team I was running, and everyone's like, oh, okay, assume run this one. But you know, he's got
New
some
thumbnail
very
unlocked.
specific
Developer
units that
says
work
use
very
this
well with him.
team.
Yes, use the Mace team, please. Do that. But I mean, Mace is just like he's such a beefcake in this raid. Like, and I think with the faction modifier, they just gain so much offense because of him, and he gets to a point where he's just obliterating waves, and so he kind of has that really powerful element to his kit that just feels like a lot of fun when you're playing it because you just having that success struggle, and then he just pops off, and you're like, yeah, that's the one. I was gonna make a Pulp Fiction comment, but I'm gonna stay away from that.
This is a PG channel.
Yeah.
I really want to
Yeah.
hear that comment later, though.
All right, so for anyone watching,
yeah.
I can't kill Fox on the opener with KB, so I'm remodding Ayla for damage to see if I can get there. Jocasta didn't really have any issues with damage, but it looks like Ayla is.
I see some questions. I'm gonna start answering them so I
Yeah.
can get them answered before I bail out.
Go for it.
Thought process behind designing kits, turn meter. Is this like raid specific question or in general question? Raid specific question would be we kind of have a set like what factions we think are going to be in this raid. We have an idea of a concept of what the raid's going to be, like the era that we're aligning with. And so our Order 66 was the one there. So we figure out what units are going to go in there. And then we kind of figure out based on like the enemy kits of how are they going to play around the raid mechanics that we want them to play. And then how do the players' teams combat those like raid mechanics. And so Fox and Oppo in the raid, for example, the enemy Fox and Oppo, like Fox, a lot of his kit is based around speeding up the execute from Lord Vader. So a lot of like Fox is being left around and to his devices is going to lead to the execute happening quicker. Oppo is built around like building up the other clones a little bit. Like he has some stacking mechanics in there that can help them out. So like the commander units being there to help build up those other units is where it's going to lead to players trying to determine like how they want to handle this raid and who they need to attack and what orders. And it's going to depend on how powerful your units are, whether they can sustain or withstand what's coming from the enemy. So a lot of it's kind of built from, you start with a premise and you kind of build around that premise. And then the good news is the way that our modifiers work and our difficulty modifiers work when they're working correctly. But when they're working correctly is like per tier, you can kind of make the tweaks and adjustments you need to make to the units as well if you want to get them more in line, one direction or the other. So you build around the premise that gives you kind of initial foundation for how the enemy is supposed to work, and then you kind of build up from there as you're seeing. So tier 0 in this raid, for example, has higher execute stats for Lord Vader, harder for the team to bring that down so the player can get a better understanding of how this raid is working. And then as you increase up the ladder and try to go for more points and build your teams up, you're running into situations where that execute now becomes a real threat and that timeline gets shrunk significantly. So it starts dropping down. Fox becomes an issue. Order 66 hits harder, things like that. And so we can counter those out if we have specific teams that we want to be able to endure those attacks. But that's started on the premise of like we need this team to feel functionally very strong and powerful and provide that urgency of like you need to save this Jedi ASAP. And that's kind of why I built it as more of a like save the Jedi mechanic here. I didn't necessarily want to just do another like beat up the big baddie that we had. I think Crate does a great job of that, providing this big monster that you're going to fight with. Speeder Bike gave you something completely unique in revamping the entire ability system for all the players. Naboo provided kind of the horde mode raid mechanics that we're going, and so now it's kind of like a somewhat VIP-esque mode of like protect the Jedi and try to save the Jedi. So your goal is more playing around that mechanic and less so around like just raw destruction and going for like big points that way. It's a little more controlled chaos here. At least that was the hope.
ABC, just to let you know, it is 3:00.
Yeah, I see it. Not a super hard 3 meeting, or at least I'm going to show up a little bit late. So
Can
I'll see if I can
I,
answer these last second questions before I bail.
Can I
Nah, you can
ask a
skip the
question I know
meeting.
you can't answer?
I will not answer it. You can ask it then.
Okay. Was the Zillow Beast raid ever in the conversation?
I cannot. I can neither confirm nor deny that.
I know.
Zillow Beast is funny though. I did enjoy that character.
I was
What-
thrilled to see
So,
it
as
back
a
in Bad
fan.
Batch.
Yeah.
My
But,
own question I probably want to answer real quick.
What's
Are pirates
that?
cool in the raid?
I think the pirates are cool in general. I think because now that we've shown off some of what the characters look like here and who they are on the list, I'm glad that came out before I got here. We've played tested them. We've looked at them and balanced them, and it's actually one of the more diverse looking teams in the game. Like when now we're just watching them play, like these guys are pretty cool looking actually. Because like Ithano, I think we named them all. Please stop me, meathead, if I'm about to say
said all of
We named them.
Spoilers!
Yeah. So like Ithano, Quiggle, Kix, Moz, like they all look super interesting and unique. And it was interesting for me coming from like a clone back end where I was like playing against clones nonstop, and then seeing this new pirate team show up. I'm like, oh, they look pretty cool, and they got some pretty cool animations backing them up as well. So I'm like, this is a fun team, and there's still some balance in flight on all of them. So I can't speak to like where they're gonna land balance wise, but like, yeah, in terms of a lot of the structure of their mechanics and their overall play styles, like they're very different and fun. I think they're a lot of fun personally.
Yeah,
I was
so
working on this though,
pirate?
so I didn't get to make any of them. Yeah,
Too busy
Is there any-
working on the raid.
yeah. I did make old Hondo though. The current in-game Hondo I made him as well.
He was a fun
So,
one. Is
so
there any
he's my
one of the
favorite.
new?
Well, I made
Is there any
Sonnet
one of
too
the-
though, so don't tell her. They're both my favorites. Favorite pirates.
Is there any one of the new pirates coming out that you're most excited to see?
I have a real answer and a non-real in the corporate answer. So, I have worked more directly with some of the pirate units than the others, just because of who's working on them. And so some of them, because I've had a little more direct influence on, like I'm more curious how those play out. They kind of intrigue me because they have some mechanics that I think are pretty interesting, but different, slightly different. Like I don't want to oversell like it's something super crazy. It's not super crazy or anything like that, but it's just something where I was like, that's different. And how is it gonna play though? Is always uncertain. You have it in your mind of how something's gonna play out, and if you're lucky and everything plays out correctly, then it's like yes, it landed. So you're like, sweet, this doesn't go wild, but I've made characters that have like overshot or ended up on other teams that I didn't really intend for,
Yeah.
and so like, I'm always a little hesitant on that, but I just think conceptually there are some interesting mechanics coming out, and so one of the ones that I worked with more directly, I'm like that. I'm curious how that one's gonna play.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say who though. So
Yeah. The most fun part, I think, from our side is always when we release something going, how are the players use it different than what we had intended? Like, and then like, and that's like the moment where it's like, it's a it's a heart sinking but also inquisitive feeling
It's-
as well, because you're like, oh, please don't find anything that's going to be super game breaking.
Yeah.
But also like, oh, that's a really cool combo, because like there's over 330 things that you can balance up against and you can work up against, and so it's
Yeah.
always interesting to see what other people find or think about when we release a character.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, like it's not so much like a heart sink as much as it's like I am like incredibly nervous
Yeah.
now. Like, and there were some units I've created. Like Leia is probably the number one for me, because Leia I had in mind of who her 5-person team would be, and then like that first couple days, everyone was trying every other rebel unit under the sun, and I was just completely freaked out for that first week. And then when they kind of settled on like who are being used most frequently as kind of that 4-5 team with Leia, because Drogon and R2 are pretty locked in, but the other two, the flexibility ended up balancing them around where we were comfortable with. So I was like, thank goodness. Like that was the good of a kind of experimentation. But that week, man, I was
Watching everybody switch in and out, watching everybody. That was so fun to watch, though.
For you,
Not,
For
that's
you.
why I'm laughing.
Not fun. Every day, like a different Reddit post of like, "Hey, did somebody try these two on the team?" And all of a sudden, it's like beating some other big name team. I'm like, "Oh God,
what did I do?"
Were you like super happy when the Han Chewbacca win rates came back and it was not that great?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear on the kit. See, there's Vader like popping off there. You can see. I have your like things split up. Yeah, like because it's pretty clear in the kit based on some of the naming call outs in Leia's kit that there wasn't a big push to have those units as part of that team. Mostly because a lot of the times we do want to preserve certain teams at times, and so like we don't want to pull like Han and Chewie at that time. We didn't want to pull them away because we felt like the CLS team is in a good spot. And so bringing in Leia, we were more comfortable like giving R2 there because R2 was kind of floaty at that point, and Drogon was a new character, so we were comfortable with that being kind of the kernel, so what we call it. And then the other two were more like flexible spots, and clearly she has a lot of Jedi call outs, so we had some like Jedi as part of that. But we did have some like somewhat anti the Han and Chewie call outs, and so not that they're unplayable with the team, but if you were trying to min max your squads, it's like I can keep a full powered CLS, maybe use other rebels here for Leia, and have two real potent teams instead of necessarily throwing the bigger units like Han and Chewie onto the Leia team, where I have maybe some slight powerful increases here from Leia, but now my CLS team is a lot weaker. So we're fine with players doing what they see and experimenting in that respect, but there is a bit of we're trying to make sure that we keep appropriate teams intact when we want to, and that the players can utilize other units maybe that allows them to have more powerful teams across the board.
That's a great answer. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Very much so.
Also, you're 8 minutes over your 3.
Yeah, I know.
Making me
It
nervous.
is. I mean, it's I haven't
I'll
gotten.
let you stay. Don't let Meathead kick you out. It's fine. You can
I'm
just
not
put
trying
this
to kick
into
him
the
out.
meeting.
I'm very respectful of the. I'm just respectful of that meeting. I don't want to.
Yeah,
I mean, you to get in trouble or anything.
we
like
can we can
it
come
is
with.
like
I don't
an
mind.
optional, but
Chad, do you
I'm also
mind
in that
the
optional
meeting?
meeting.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I'm just trying to answer as many questions as I can.
Yeah, I know.
I don't get
everyone.
many opportunities to do this, but I like doing it, so I don't mind. Let's see. When did you start working on the raid? Early this year. I think initial kind of ideation started end of January, and then we tried to get prototype up ASAP in like February-ish. So yeah, about like time's like a flat circle when you're working on the raid. Like I just lose it. I like I had no idea. It's just already almost July, so it was just kind of there.
Halfway through
but-
the year, man. Halfway through the year.
Yeah, it was a thing. Actually, I'm gonna ping those people and be like, hey, can you guys record that? Maybe then I don't even need to do it.
I feel like that would be a meeting that would be recorded.
Okay, all right, then that's fine. Then I could stick around a little bit longer.
I feel like these guys are able to undersize at the R7 tier, or sorry, the difficulty level 5 tier. But there's just RNG. Pretty much, I need Plo to die to order 66. Because if it's someone important, I'm in trouble.
There is some elements here that we wanted to make sure that the player felt like if they invested maybe above threshold, that there was like a reward to do that as well. Like it did feel like, okay, maybe my team is at the requirements, but it's a little trickier. But if I invest heavier in relics or mods, that like I'm able to overperform for that zone as well. That was something that was intended as well. So we were trying to provide that opportunity of like you can hit the requirements and you can compete and do potentially like get your best score. But if you're getting frustrated and you're just like, you know what, I'm gonna bulk up my team a little bit, that's also going to be rewarded, and you will be able to get potentially a higher score doing that.
All right, so my boy Plo got murked, so that's actually pretty cool. We'll see if this run. Oh, don't kill Shock. Ah.
You got overzealous there. You got excited.
Yeah, I think.
Does the kits themselves or the art take the longest? They're both kind of done in tandem, and they both take probably around roughly the same amount of time. Like the paper kit iteration of stuff is generally fairly quick. Usually it's balance that takes the most time. The paper kits we go over in about a week and have a lot of discussions and sign-offs. Then there's about a week in which they're implemented into the game early, like placeholders and stuff, just to prove things work. And then from then on, it's like raw balance and just making sure that it's aligned with what our intention was. And then and so the art is like happening at roughly like the same time.
So I think I found a bug.
And then I'm seeing some weirdness over there for sure.
I was essentially able to loop with this last ability. And I think
that ain't great.
She should eventually give up. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah, it looks like the game does not know how to process her throwing her gun, where she kills all the enemies.
Yeah.
So in theory, she should survive, but the battle keeps going.
Yeah, I may know what's going on there, unfortunately.
I mean, it makes sense because that interaction outside of the raid was never supposed to happen. You're never supposed to be able to kill all the enemies, and the battle still keeps going.
That's a fun one. Oh yeah, you did answer that. That was the next answer. Okay, my bad. I didn't see
your answer was like 1,000 times better. But I was just
don't discredit yourself. Your answer's good.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Okay. Boba's gaming the Starlight. I do like that. That's funny.
I think I'm gonna bite the bullet and take Ayla to R7 because if she's guaranteed to be on the Mace team, which was not confirmed, that seems like a good long-term investment, right?
I think at the minimum, Isla's going to be a good investment just for like even outside of it, like GAC, TW, and TB as well. Like I was using Mason Isla in the Phase 2 Light Side Jedi CM yesterday, and it was hilarious how well they were performing in TB without the Ami even.
Do you use placeholder characters before art is done? Yes. When we're working on new kits, like Ugnaught or something, probably not Ugnaught, but we definitely, when we're working on new kits, we usually put placeholder units. It depends on some designers like to use their old characters because they have like affinity for it. So they always bring in their old characters, which is pretty funny. For me, I try to just pick someone that uses a similar weapon at least, but is completely different in terms of so that when I'm testing it, it's very obvious which one's the placeholder unit. Especially if they're like meant to be a lifter for a faction that maybe already exists. So like I'm throwing them in there and it's clear. So an example, like I did Jocasta. So when I was testing Jocasta, because she kind of transforms, I had 2 different elements, placeholders for her. The first was when she had her lightsaber, it was Darth Talon, was who I was using there.
Oh,
And
nice.
then when she transformed, I used the Mandalorian. So like that's how I was able to be like, okay, it's someone with a lightsaber. But it's clearly very different. Like I'm throwing her on this Jedi team that she's standing next to, and it's like there's this character who's Darth Talon who looks very different than the rest, and then changes into the Mandalorian who also is very different from the rest. So it made it very clear, like this is the placeholder unit that we're working on.
Have you ever considered giving JMK a gun?
Somewhat civilized.
JMK and I got beef, so it's fine.
Oh, do you?
That's
Do
the story
tell.
there.
No. He's just
Oh, boy.
strong unit. And so it's when you balance against him when you're making new units, he's just like he's got a lot going on.
Yeah,
So he's fun.
we've noticed a few anti-protection up synergies in some newer kits. And it's like, gee, I wonder who that's targeting.
Yeah, I mean that's why like you can look at Leia, like because I made Leia, and you could see there's kind of a decent amount of anti-Kenobi synergies in there. So, bop, there we go.
I love, for what it's worth, I love
Uh,
Leia's design. I love the, I'm not technically taunting, but if you don't hit me, it's really, really going to suck.
Yeah, that was I kind of got lucky a bit with that mentality. I wanted to do a character like that. That's something we always strive for. Is kind of some uniqueness in some type of design with like tanks in particular, because a lot of tanks is like how well can you pull attention, right? I mean that's kind of the job of the tank. So tanks that are like super taunt heavy characters are like generally very good in the games. Like this character is always drawing attention away. And so for me when I was working on Leia, it was very similar of like she's a tank, but she's not necessarily going to put herself out there. Like she's a general, she's like high level character and in the movie. I mean she's just very important. So she's not necessarily going to call that attention to herself, but she also wants to protect her faction. I mean in the show, I mean she's been heavily on the rebellion side, so she draws attention naturally just because of who she is. And so that's why there's a lot of punishments for like if you're going to attack her team and you leave her alone, like that's going to cause more problems, and that's attached to a lot of her abilities as well. Like if you hit her teammates, it charges up her attacks. If you don't hit her, the scaling of her ultimate gets better, the mastery gets better, things like that. So it's a way to like tank and taunt without taunting was kind of that goal there. And I think she was very appropriate for that because she was drawing all the Empire's attention just by being her. So she's like basically taunting without necessarily going out of her way to taunt. And so that's why that kind of just aligned at that moment in time that we were able to pull that off. And then there's another question. I saw one here, but now my favorite character to design. So that's tricky.
Tough question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to have the most affinity towards like Executor and Starkiller because Executor was my first unit I ever made, and Starkiller was my first character. So like I always have affinity towards those two. But there's like certain mechanics of all these characters that I've made that I'm like I got really happy about, and so it's like tricky. Like Dark Vision's Rey. I made her as well, and just like she has this animation that was such a back and forth with the team on like how to try to get this to like be representative of something we saw in the sequel trilogy. of her doing the like snap, the Ray snap. And I was like, we don't have any of the Ray characters who do the snap that leads to like the mirror reflection. And I really thought was like, is this a way we can do this now, but kind of a corrupted version of that? And just our team was like excited about trying to make that happen, but we haven't really done anything like that in the game. And so as we were working with Ray on that, like we kind of had that corrupted moment, and now like that animation where she does the snap and then all the shadows appear behind her as she attacks. I'm like, this is the first time they show that to me. I was like, this is so freaking cool, dude. Like, you guys nailed this one. And so like I have affinity towards her now because of that, because I'm like, that was just such a interesting thing. And you know, I have affinity for her for a different reason, because one of her mechanics was just an insane pain to actually code out, and but it finally worked. And when I had that eureka moment, I'm like, oh, thank God this works now. And it's like I had some attachment to that. But you know, I Jar Jar as well. Jar Jar was a ton of fun. He one of the lines in his abilities took like 5,000 lines of code to create.
Was it the
ended up
basic?
breaking some of like validation. No, which is why it's very interesting when you make kits, and it's something I speak to the new designers on. Is like you come up with this idea and it sounds so simple, and it's like one sentence in the game, and the player's gonna read it and just be like, oh, okay, cool. And not understand though, like on the back end, that thing could have taken just days. And so like for that one, the Jar Jar special 2, where he locks in all the debuffs, like that one,
Oh,
just
okay,
that
yeah.
line,
They,
that
oh,
one
they,
line
oh, yeah,
of,
they go from unlocked to locked. Because those
Yeah,
aren't those probably
like
were those
just
even in game? Like because locked debuffs are very rare.
yeah, yeah. I don't even honestly don't remember if they were or not there. Some of them probably were not, honestly, but it was just like that one line just sounds like, oh, okay, cool. Like, yeah, takes all the debuffs, locks them in, sweet. But then like that one took me 3 days to just code that one line, and it had to be like recoded because it just did so much on our like back end that it kind of strained some of our its stuff. So we were like concerned, like, okay, this is just doing too much at once. We need to try to like adjust it. And so we did some adjustments there, and eventually it got to a point we felt good about. So that was great, but it was nerve wracking for a while of, can we even get this in the game without like having someone's phones blow up in their hand or something? So it was who designed the Insanity of the Punishing One? That was also me. So sorry.
I give you
Yeah.
props for admitting that.
Hey, I mean, well, I designed Executor, and then I designed Profundity the next year because I designed Executor. So like Executor and Profundity were both mine, and so when there was conversations around how would we like the Executor to be lifted and stuff, it kind of just naturally fell onto me because I understood that matchup since I created it basically. And so they're like, well, how you handle this? We got this punishing one that we can throw into the game, like, you know, make this matchup. And yeah, he is kind of strong. And so like I said, a lot of my characters, they maybe end up too much on the strong side, but
I
So if they need a
disagree.
strong tune, they just go to you, right? Like, just break it.
yeah. I mean, that's generally not how we do our design. I know it's in jest there, but we do have balance markers for teams, like where they're meant to be aligned, you know, who they can beat, maybe who they shouldn't beat in a lot of cases. And so, you know, that was definitely like punishing one was meant to kind of be that a powerful lifter to Executor, but you know, did it get pushed a little too far? Probably. It's, you know, but it's just kind of how we kind of manipulate a lot of these lifter units, is like how we assign a goal to them and try to get them there. So he's a little strong probably, and yeah. see.
Do you just come
How
up
do you
with
do-
the? I'm guessing it's more of a team effort. Like how like the ideas even getting stumbled upon. Like it was one of my most favorite recent days in the game when we saw that it was announced that we were getting a dark side vision ray, a character that was essentially like not like we didn't like that was just completely out of left field in a good way. But like who decides what we get?
Right. So 1 second. Got to drink some water here. Yeah, I mean that one was like an interesting like design difficult kit for me, kind of. It was because when she came in, like that character had something like 30 seconds of screen time.
Yeah,
and so
if that, yeah.
I was like, okay, interesting. And so I wanted to at least capture the moments that were present in that 30 seconds. But for the most part, it's like carte blanche at that point. And so a lot of, who gets assigned what and when is kind of aligned to big beats that we try to do. So like Jar Jar, for example, that's a character I've wanted in the game for a while. Like once I got comfortable and felt that I could speak up a bit at the company when I kind of understood our systems, I was like, "What? Where's Jar Jar? Like we gotta kind of get him going." And there wasn't like a ton of pushback or anything. It's just we try to align it with big beats, big moments. And so when the Phantom Menace was hitting its 25-year anniversary, that aligned well. Like, hey, what can we do to kind of celebrate this with our game? And boom, Jar Jar and the Gungans, that makes the most sense in that moment in time. And so similarly, when we're looking at who makes sense maybe as a lifter unit, who makes sense as we roll into these new eras, how do we want to celebrate some of the new Star Wars like shows that have come out? Like as you've seen, a lot of our pirates are from Skeleton Crew, and I really enjoyed that show. And so a lot of it is kind of aligning where we can put these units in there and these characters. Ray, that dark side vision Ray, that one, I don't. That kids came to me. They said, "Hey, we'd like to have this lifter for Slacker, and we were going to use her." So I can't speak like directly to like the mindset there of getting her, but she ended up being a lot of fun because of how carte blanche she was and how little screen time she was. That because at that point it was just trying to figure out how to make her align with what we wanted from Slacker and boosting that team appropriately.
It probably
Like how
either
you
gave
call
you a
us,
lot
like,
of
our
agency or just
slacker.
pushed you to watch the Lego special with Dark Side Ray in it.
Yeah, that was a thing too. Like the Lego specials started showing up as I was like doing homework. Like I try to do as much homework on new characters as possible, because sometimes maybe I'm not as familiar with them, or maybe there's specific elements to the characters that would be expected from someone who maybe that is their favorite character. And I think that's kind of how we always approach handling design and thematics of characters is, for somebody, this is somebody's favorite character. And when we announce it and we create that unit, like that's going to be their most exciting day. They're going to be so happy that it's there. And so we always try to match that level of enthusiasm around creating the character to that player. Like that's who we're looking for. So when a character gets assigned to one of us, we're spending hours just combing through everything, and making sure we're aligned with who that character is meant to be, like to the community, what the expectations would be around that character, the thematics there. And so like that's generally how we handle our design around those types of characters. Oof, sorry, I just saw Ness get smacked.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. I was like, oh, how much damage can we do in just one shot?
I saw somebody theorize Ness could solo up to 500k. But that was just a theory, and I'm like, I'm not so
theory,
sure you'll
okay.
be able to land that one.
I don't think that I'm modded correctly for this. I really don't know though, because they have stuns, which the tenacity might be useful for, unless it's irresistible. But I really feel like her thing is going to just be countering, like how she would in, say, like an old school matchup versus like Padme or Ewoks or something. Also, does Sana Lead do anything for her? I feel like Sana lead is like very cookie cuttered into things that are not Nest.
Yeah. It's been a while since I'd made Sana, but she was pretty specifically aligned with some of the rebel units that which she calls out without being a rebel. So a lot of like Hoth Leia, Hoth Han, like those two
Hey, all Leias are
work.
hot.
But yeah.
Spidey Man's got a good question. Are units usually designed with the character in mind and then the kit made after the unit, or reverse?
I can only really speak to myself on that one.
Yeah,
But,
I guess in more your terms.
Yeah, for me, it's like sometimes there'll be like a character who I like, and luckily we're pretty flexible here as like a design team. If there's a unit that we know is coming up and somebody's just like, oh hell yeah, like I love that character, you can basically like put in a bid and be like, I would like to have that character. And for as long as I've been here, everyone's gotten the character they want. So there's usually like some affinity there already attached. Like the next character I'm working on, for example, after this is one where I was like, I want that one. And so they're like, okay, sure. And so I got that one. But and so when that character comes through, it's like, yeah, I have some concepts of who that character is as a person and what they should do. So when I was making Hondo, for example, like I knew Hondo was coming, and so I was like, I want him, like he captured people in the show, like that's what he did, and so I want to give him some type of mechanic that makes him like capture the enemy. And so that's where like that hit came into his kit. Then like he's gonna capture somebody, because that to me aligned thematically with like who he is as a pirate. Also, like sneaking outmaneuver onto his kit was one of those ones where I kind of had to sell that a little bit, because outmaneuver was only really on Falcon at that point. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, who's known like to outmaneuver his foes, right? Like it's got to be Hondo. Like he's an outmaneuver guy, and so. Like that.
I mean, if JML can
like
land
that
a breach,
aligned.
I think Hondo can outmaneuver.
Yeah.
That seems
So like,
fair.
I had to do that. Like his evasion builds up over time, like in his kit, to where like he can start dodging everything. Like he becomes really tough to kill. So like all of this was kind of built around like, this is who I think Hondo is. He's evasive. He outmaneuvers you. He captures you. Cares about his money. Like all of that stuff. Like that's who he was. So like that aligned with where I thought the character would be. Now conversely though, like I come up sometimes with like random ideas where I'm like, I would like a character to do blank. And
Nice job.
sometimes
Nice job. Way to censor yourself on that one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't done it yet. I was gonna pick an old
Okay.
to where this was true, but I was trying to cycle through my mind of like, when did this happen prior? But a lot of times there's a specific mechanic I'd like to see in the game, and maybe it's not there yet, or maybe it's there but it's done a different way or whatever, and it just may not align with the characters I have on me, but I just like keep them on like a notepad, and I'm like, okay, I'd like someday to have a character to do blank. And then as the roadmaps get created and those characters arrive, you see somebody where I'm like, like that character would work. Like this mechanic would work on that character. And so it becomes like a marriage in that case of doing that. So like I just try not to throw the mechanics in there just because they like pop into my brain. Like I try to hold on to them if I'm like, this maybe doesn't align thematically with working on here, but it could align thematically with somebody else in the future, and who knows. And Star Wars as a universe is so robust that there's gonna be somebody somewhere that I'm like, there he is, like that's the mechanic will fit with that character, and then I lock those two in together.
Yeah, I'm a little discouraged by Nest here. She if you mod her for tenacity, she doesn't have enough offense to kill anything above the level 1. And if you mod her without tenacity, she just gets stun locked. So she might be relegated to literally just tier 1. In fact, she's not actually even really able to kill anything, even with a full offense build. Yeah, we'll probably do GAC after the raid if we have enough time. Oh, do we know who designed Bo-Katan?
I do. It was not me. That's all I could say.
That's fine.
Yeah, the same
I was
person
just
that
asking for a friend.
made the Mace event. Yeah, no, I see it in chat. I see it in chat. The same person that made the Mace event that
okay.
you're currently playing.
Meathead, do you have something you'd like to tell us?
That character is great. I love what they did with her, and I made the event for that one. I believe that's the one with the laser gates.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I made that event, and so like that was something like I worked pretty directly with that designer to make sure that like Bo-Katan kind of shines in that like final fight with Gideon.
Yeah, very thematically
as well,
cool
so.
that you can only damage Beskar with Beskar. Or yeah. I didn't read the notes to know that was in there, but I was able to figure it out just because like the lore behind that. Which is cool.
And then there was I saw a question here, but I can't find it anymore.
There are a few questions
something like
about
how do you
ships.
pick the stats? Yeah, I say I shouldn't have said I made the punishing one. Now they're like, get him.
Be nice. We'll never do this again.
I mean, I understand. I mean, I'm a player too, so
Yeah.
I finally 7-starred punishing one like recently, and I was like, all right, yeah, it's pretty strong. So it's like,
oh, are we eventually getting like a title or anything for the personal track? Because right now, I think if you max it, there's not really anything there.
I'd have to look into that. I'd have to look into that. Off the top of my head,
Like we
I
got
can't
Oki
remember.
Day Boomer for the last one, which was hilarious.
Oh my god, some of these characters. One was like, how do you pick stats? I wasn't sure which stats in particular, but there is a lot of when we do stat decision making. A lot of it is tied to character kits and kind of this decision around like the intent of what they are meant to be. So a good example is like Wookiees. Wookiees are all meant to be like highly defensive. So like when Tarful was coming in, a lot of the stats we were working towards were like high defensive stats there. Star Killer was meant to be like crit. So he's like a very crit centric character. Some like Malgus, I believe, is very like max health centric. Gungans are more max protection centric. So like when we come up with a concept of what the team is going to be built towards, that's kind of when we make some adjustments around the stats as well to make sure that they align a bit with what at least the character is intended to do. Yeah, mastery as well. We try at least with mastery because there are some mastery stats that can create some problems at times, and so like we try to be cautious. There's some that we try to be cautious working around, so we do pay attention to like how mastery can impact as well.
I forgot I had a coffee that I made that I haven't poured yet, but having too much fun.
Happy about that at least.
On the stats thing, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, small recap on where I'm pretty much at with the raid. Nest pretty much can only get past the first tier, although she does do somewhat well. She can get up to 200,000 points. I tried her at max offense for the 1.5. She literally just can't kill anything. So I don't think there's going to be a combo there, even when I wasn't really stunned all that much. Jedi Vanguard did okay. I think is there something they unlock at the 8th tier? Because I actually struggled with them at Relic 7.
Costa has a bonus thing at R8.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's important. Because I feel like, and I changed mods, but at the same time, I might not still have the right loadouts. Tarkin and Oppo really can only get past that very beginning. I think that was 1.5. So I think I really only have one more team for myself to check, but it's probably gonna be the most extensive one, which is Bad Batch, which I have at Relic 5, but I mean I'm probably willing to take them and test them at 7 and maybe even 8.
So more detail on the Jedi Vanguard stuff. At Relic A, Jedi Vanguard gain the bonus whenever a Jedi Vanguard defeats an enemy, add a stack of execute to Lord Vader. And then specifically, Jocasta Nu gets a hero bonus of whenever she uses a special ability, Jedi Vanguard allies gain a critical hit immunity for 2 turns.
I feel like that's a decent amount. No? Because someone said they were able to pretty easily do it on the higher tier. Someone was saying like a 3-man. Someone was doing like a 3-man with Kelleran Beck, Jocasta, and Ayla. I mean, I can't do well with a 5-man, but that is at a lower tier.
Yeah, I can comment on both this right now. We've got confirmed 3-man max scores with Kelleran Beck, Jocasta, and Ayla. And then another 3-man R9 max score with Mace, Depa, and Jedi Knight Temple Guard, or Jedi Temple Guard.
Which that one makes sense. He's kind of the raid character.
Yeah. Yeah, Mace gets a massive bonus at R9. Jocasta gets bonuses at R8. So the fact that these Underman teams are being discovered at maximum R9 tier, that's what I was expecting. If this was happening in like lower tiers of R5, I'd be a little curious about it. But R9 Undermans, I'm not surprised are being found. The community loves to strategize about that kind of stuff, and they're always going to find some fun thing to do.
I think it's a lot of fun to R9. Please do. Please R9.
This is for this raid, I have 14 tunes R9 already. I've never been more ready for a raid than I am for this one. I've got Mace unlocked, use at R9. I'm very excited to get to try all this stuff tomorrow when my guild's raid launches.
So I'm guessing I'm probably supposed to be killing the clones as long as the what is this called? Execute on him is really high, because there's really no reason to not to, and they're all points, right? I guess they're not a lot, but
Also, did you happen to catch the bug investigation for Bad Batch?
I did see mention of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably want to kill as many as you can. Just minimizes the how many turns you have to survive an ult.
So what team was I running earlier that seemed to, was it Jedi Vanguard, that kind of just seemed to do fine when Lord Vader went hallway scene on me? Like there was some team that was just like tanking stuff.
I don't know a team that tanks 10 million damage.
Yeah. You get one hit. That's it.
It felt like more than that. What did I wonder if it was, I don't remember. It might have been Kelleran Beck just doesn't he have like a savior-esque mechanic? That might have been what I'm remembering.
He will save himself once.
But yeah, this RNG, like, I mean, you'd like that one tune gets their attack in, and then LV kills them. And then the next tune gets the turn in, and then LV kills them. But sometimes you'll get a turn, and then LV will kill somebody who has most turn meter already there, and then you're out the points of that. So, like, you'll max score if you kill both commanders, all 3 Jedi, and 12 units. Enjoy. This one is great.
All right, I have your like YouTube and Twitch up, so I can't tell where you're at. But I just saw Vader like kill the entire Bad Batch. So.
So for someone who knows Bad Batch better
behind?
than I do, am I supposed to be calling him Batcher?
No, I think I was far behind. Sorry.
Maybe no.
Where's your choice on calling to assist?
I think I just had Omega.
I feel silly. Does she have a call to assist? Am I forgetting?
She has someone she targets at
Thatcher
least.
calls to assist herself.
Yeah, I'm butchering this.
I will
Also,
say
my mods are
Batcher
not great here.
in the Mace raid or the Mace event, she was absolutely destroying me.
Call Hunter. Use Crosshair Siston as a self. All right. So we'll mark there. I just don't. I literally got this team to R7 today. I was pretty much not a day short.
Who's making the in-game mod recs for new characters? That's the designer. Whatever designer's working on that character will do it. A lot of it is like, it's just recommendations. It's mostly meant to be kind of what's going to get you at least up to a good level from the start. There's optimization, but we're not trying to optimize with those recs. We're just saying like, hey, if you take these recs for the character, you'll be all right. But obviously, like some people really deep dive into the optimization, which is really cool, and they'll find like maybe something that synergizes a little harder with them or with the teams they want to play with, and it makes total sense. But just for our recommendations, we're just trying to just give you a baseline. So it's not necessarily meant to be like the best be all of the mod recs right out the gate. It's just we're just trying to make sure that if you hit the auto assign, it's going to give you at least a good benefit to your character.
Yeah, and as you folks know, the mod system is, it takes a lot of brain power, and there's a lot of folks who are not as smart as everyone else when it comes to mods. That's why I watch like 7 people tell me how to mod everything. So the advanced or the auto version thing is great for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a player too, so
Yeah, I have so many people I watch to help me with mods. That sometimes just to make some space on my mod, just to get mods on them, I just auto and put it on there and go from there. Have a master's degree in slicing mods. You're not wrong.
See, I don't think this is a call to assist. I think this is a heal. Target ally recovers 100% protection.
Yeah, it's a personal heal cooldown reduction.
Should I guess Hunto?
Meathead, there was a question YouTube, but I don't know if we.
Oh, hey, I'm not dueling. I probably should.
Yeah, I had to go with Moz. I don't know if we've commented on her. So
we've only mentioned name.
Okay.
And
sorry, you can't answer that then.
Meathead's being a jerk. Yeah, right now all folks know are whom is coming.
Gotcha.
And whether they're conquest or not, too.
Yes, we did get that. We did get that information.
I see.
So we
Okay,
can
cool.
Maz's conquest. That's it, though.
Yeah, there's someone.
There's
about,
a lot
like,
of mod
team
questions.
splits
I'm
of,
just
like,
gonna
who's
say,
end up where.
Yeah, there's like a lot of mod questions. I'm just gonna say I do not do mods well, dude. So I'm not gonna be super helpful on mods. So sorry, any mod related questions, I'm just not gonna be able to answer or answer well
say,
at least.
When it comes to mods, I think the best thing you could do is get a nice baseline understanding on general concept of mods, but understand that each character is going to have some version of mod that is better for them, obviously. But purging mods that are taking up space and having good filters is probably what I would consider the first step in modding. It's at least been helping me a lot get my mods up to a better place and have better ones. Is just making sure that I'm getting rid of the poo-poo so that I can have more room for the good stuff.
Will there be potential raid tuning and stuff? We always pay attention to kind of analytics behind the scenes. I think the important thing is there's like kind of a difference between the analytics we have on the back end versus maybe what you're seeing on like Reddit or like Discords and stuff. Sometimes those make it seem like things are on
Reddit. That's fine.
Yeah, sometimes it makes it seem like the things are like on fire. But we have a fairly in-depth analytics on the back end that we can get and we can pull that can show us everything, like tier by tier breakdowns, win rates, attempts, like all that stuff. And so we don't jump in and just try to just make adjustments like kind of willy-nilly. If we do pay attention though. Like, and if there is a perception around like maybe a team's underperforming, maybe a team's overperforming, like we will investigate that, and we're going to get way more sample points on our back end analytics, and then from there we can choose to act or not. In some cases we just choose to let it ride. The Naboo raid is a good example now that it's been moved off. I can talk about it a little bit more, but there was like the B2 lead.
Oh yeah.
That ended up being like fairly strong. Like that was one of the ones that got put onto our radar very early, and we were just watching like because it wasn't really intended that a non-lead B2 droid was meant to be a leader for that kind of separatist team that we had that you can mishmash together. But we were just following the analytics on it and looking at what was playing out with players and win rates, and we just felt like fairly comfortable about where that was lining up, and so we kept it in. But that's something where if we kind of acted reactionary, that we could have pulled the plug on that very early. But instead, we just kind of listened and watched, and then used our analytics on the back end to determine that we felt pretty good about it, and we left it in. I think, thank God, because that was like one of my few teams I had leveled up, so I could actually max out with that one. But
what? So if that team kind of wasn't what we thought was going to happen, what was the intent for it to be? Really like a, because the Darth Maul team ended up having a lot of validity too. Was the intent for it to be like a Newt Gunray?
yeah, and Newt was one of the teams we were definitely testing there. A lot of it was centered around what Newt could do and what he could provide. But just the particular mechanics around the B2 and how it was implemented was providing for a separatist in the lead spot more so than like a separatist leader. And so, when B2 moved into that spot and had so much of its like reset turn meter mechanic available to it, it was allowing for like special ability spam that made the team a lot better. When it was more meant to be aligned with a leader in the leader spot. And so that's why it was aligned with someone like Newt that could be in that lead. But the way it played out, we were just like, hey, this is kind of funny, and we were good with the numbers, and so we just kept it. I can't really speak to anything related to like systems such as like territory wars, so I won't be able to answer those. I can only really speak to like character designs and events because I worked on some events, but and this raid obviously. But
Yeah, that's all good. The prime reason we're here is for this raid anyway.
Speaking of which, I
do have one question.
Oh, go for it.
I noticed earlier, and it was commented on by some other people in some of the discords, that you referred to Supreme Leader Kylo Ren as Slacker, which me and others thought was quite humorous. What other nicknames or terminologies do you have for specific tunes that you think might be different from how the community refers to them? Case in point, we refer to Supreme Leader Kylo Ren typically as just SLKR and not Slacker.
You mean like Goth Ray?
Yes, exactly
Goth
like
Ray.
that.
Yeah, I mean we do keep track. We try to at least keep track of all the kind of acronyms and initialisms that come out of the community. So like we do kind of have like a running list that we try to make sure we're at least kept somewhat abreast about what's coming out, because that way we can understand players a little bit better when they're like, oh, what about such and such? And I'm like, who the hell are you talking about? Like honestly, the BKM, when that popped up, it took me a minute to be like, who the hell's BKM? And then I was like, oh, that's right. Bo-Katan Mando, right? Got it. But initially Dad Bod Boba, I saw that pop up. That was another interesting one. So like I'm trying to think of specifically which one we didn't just take from the community and load up. Like I didn't know Slacker was something that it was more of what we said.
I was gonna say Slacker, that is not a popular one in the community. Like that's, in fact, I think it's probably one of the cringier ones.
Yeah, if anything, I think I hear slicker more than slacker. If
I think I've
somebody
never heard
pronounces that acronym, I still don't hear the either very often. But I think I've heard slicker at least a couple times. So
People got some wacky names.
yeah, I will say my favorite memory kind of related to acronyms and things was when I first saw gas get used in an official post.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right? Because of course Anakin's not in his name; he's General Skywalker.
correct.
So I remember when I saw gas be referred to, and I was like, "Heh, we won."
We did it.
Arm down.
Yeah. We do tend to just kind of keep track of the ones like that are most commonly used. And so like when gas at that point, like I didn't even know, like when I came in, it was just gas. That's always how I knew him from like the start, was just gas. And so, you know, when that gets mentioned, like it doesn't even say that in the name. And there are some people who work at CG who definitely are like that. Why I hate that name because there's no Anakin in it. It shouldn't be that. And it's just
That person just messaged me while we are having this conversation.
I
and
didn't
it's
realize
hilarious.
Zareth worked at CG.
The one thing I don't like about it is that Swago.gg still doesn't. If you search gas, Gar Saxon is the only guy who shows up.
That's
and I'm still
hilarious.
mad about it.
I love that it's
I'll have
Gar
to
too.
send a note to those people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if you come up with good stuff, appropriate stuff, you know, oftentimes it will get over here. Oh, I think I think of one. I can remember one because the person who made this hates that I call it. So I'll say this one. The tie interceptor I always call tint.
I have okay. So this
Never
is the
heard
funny
that.
part is I've got
Yeah.
two people talking to me right now in separate conversations, having the opposite conversation of why X thing is Y and Y thing is X now, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's there's tint and mint. Tint is the tie interceptor. Mint is the Mark 6.
Okay, that's great.
So like that's the, and they like that designer was not stoked when I called it tint the first time.
Were you guys ever graced with the presence of glow?
Yeah, I got hit with the glow.
I hate that one.
I love that one. That one's my
that one did not make it very long.
I wish that glow and glam both stuck.
I also feel strong about Glat. I hate that one. I hate Glat.
What do you prefer for Ahsoka?
I just call her Ahsoka. Right, Leia and Ahsoka, I just call them by their names because I think all the other variations have names that we refer to them.
Well, Leia's short
that means
enough.
that it's a non-issue.
Glat
right?
isn't though.
You know, so we have for the three Leias, Princess Leia's bad. We're never going to talk about her, and I don't care. And I would just call her Princess Leia. Rolo's Rolo, and Boosh is Boosh. So Leia can just be the Galactic Legend. And then for Ahsoka, we have Snips, Cat, and Fulcrum. So Ahsoka's the Galactic Legend. I hate Glat. It just sounds awful.
Yeah, but how do you type 6 letters for a character? That's insane.
Easily.
Oh, 80 makes a good point. We're gonna get Klo for a Galactic Legend Hondo Onaka.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see the Dorito as well. That
Yeah, the Dorito. Yeah.
yeah,
Wasn't
that
that
is one of
Meathead?
mine as well. I made the Dorito, so that the dagger, yeah. So like day one, I was just like, oh, it's the Dorito now. I see. I've lost this fight.
What's the oldest unit you've worked on? I'm curious about the evolution. I can know so many of the units you've done. Let's see what the oldest one is. So we
Is
can
it
see the
Executor?
evolution of your broken kit
It was
process.
Executor. Executor was my
Okay.
first unit. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I can't even remember. I try to remember. It was like Executor, Star Killer. I want to say Grin.
Who?
Grand Inquisitor.
Oh.
Grin. Yeah.
It's pronounced GI in this part of town, buddy.
Oh my god.
We grinning here, man. We grinning. So there was that, and then I think I had the ships after that. My next year was like all ships, so it was like Star Fortress, Echelon, Raven's Claw, Profundity. I think that was like my rotation there.
So did you
Then
do Riva as well, or just Grand Inquisitor?
no, I did this to the Grand Inquisitor. Riva was the Bo-Katan Mando designer.
See, that's what's a little bit
And
like,
those-
and this isn't. This is just meant
Those
to be a
two kick
statement.
ass.
It's not really meant to be a critique, but like those two characters are so like wildly intertwined in their synergy, and it's like two completely different people design them. At least I assume you're different people.
Yeah, I mean that is a like luckily I've mentioned this a little bit today, but their team is super collaborative, and like I think that is what has made a lot of these kits more exciting and work well together. So like when Riva got assigned, like that designer spoke with me and was like, hey, what do you think are the deficiencies? What do you think would help? Like, what were some ideas you had that you had to pull away? Would it be against this unit if I did add this thing or remove this thing? Like, there was a lot of conversations going on, and that was just them having this one-on-one with me, and they just do that with the whole team as well, because we always like collaborate on stuff like that. So yeah, like that's why it's like, yeah, I might have been like the lead on these characters, but that's just like I introduced the concept of what the character is, and it just grows through the team and a lot of the collaboration, and that's just at like my level as well with the designers at my level. The producers and the lead designers who are above our level, when we have discussions with the stakeholders there, they also are very in tune with the game, the thematics, and the lead producer for our team like is incredible at this game and understands like thematics, understands factional strength, what teams do what, and I just rely on them super heavily a lot of times. And a lot of the adjustments I've made to character kits that have kind of added that nice little like cherry on top of the sundae was coming from them, because they're like, wait, what about this? I'm like, that would be sick, and so like I put that on. So like it's just super collaborative in that way. So like when you look at factions and teams that have come out, like Bad Batch was like 4 different designers worked on that faction you're playing right now, and yet they kind of like how they work together is all synergized. And so it's really interesting and how much collaboration goes on with the team. And I think that's what makes these characters at least come out from at least a design, gameplay, thematic standpoint. I think they all come out really well and align with player expectation, at least in that respect.
I cannot get out enough offense to kill these guys before I lose one of my Jedi. I just took Crosshair
Yeah.
and Batcher up to Relic 7, and I'm still at the R5 tier, and I cannot get through them.
Ewoks, the murder bears. Yeah, we do still call them murder bears for sure.
We do. That is a fact. In fact, we have a lot of great memes about Murder Bear.
Yeah. We have some emotes on some of the characters, like, because I think Nisa is like the scariest character in the game. Like, she, in terms of visuals, like I'm like this.
Yep.
If I saw like, because you watch Return of the Jedi and you're like, they're fighting teddy bears, but if I saw like Nisa actually pop up in the forest, like this like switchblade you got, I'd be like, oh, this is actually a nightmare.
Yeah.
Full Vietnam flashbacks, right?
Dude, she scares me. So we do have like some Slack emotes about that character that just like pops up some randomly and just full red eyes pulling out the switchblade. It's like, dude, that character freaks me out.
I mean, it makes sense. She does a really good job boosting that team, especially with her Omni, when you think about it.
Yeah, I think I figured this out. I kept calling Crosshair with himself, and I like that didn't seem to be doing enough damage. So I called Batcher, and I think Batcher just went and ate them. Although this sucks now. I just lost what's her face.
You need to. Does Batcher need more offense mods for this then than normal?
So I actually have crit damage on him. I don't know if that's right. I feel like when I was looking through his kit, he got like enough offense naturally that I went with crit damage.
So there's a balance to be out there.
The answer speed. The other thing with Crosshair is you target himself to get rid of his stacks, and having those stacks gone sooner is good. I don't know. I'm still figuring out the best approach, but that's the rationale for that.
Yeah, Bad Batch is the faction I think there's gonna be a lot of trial and error on. I think going into the raid there was a lot of conversation and speculation around that faction specifically.
Yeah, it's by far the most interesting one to solve.
Am I correct in saying that that particular faction is very heavily mod dependent, regardless of relic level outside of like the level 9 bonus?
That's a safe assumption to make.
Because I know a lot of my guys, my guild have them at R5, myself included. And the main concern is, okay, how do we get this team to, get the 1.2 at that level? And my thought is, okay, A, Zetas, B, get all the mods, or get all the good mods.
Because I
Because one person was able to get like 1.06 without Zetas on Wrecker and I think Thatcher.
So
There's, like,
with
two
them pretty much
questions here
god
that I
modded. R5 I could not make it swing. I took Crosshair and Badger to Relic 7, which is probably how the team should be anyways for PvP. And that seemed to get that to work. Also, for what it's worth, I do have an accuracy on Crosshair, and his stacks don't go down faster with that. He just can start hitting things before it gets to 0, right?
Yeah, because it increases the chance of hit, right?
Yeah, the somebody had a thing about the snap sound from Dark Ray. It was very
so good.
satisfying. Yeah, our audio team also is really good. It's really funny how like they just know everything about like every audio sound. And when you actually start talking to them about them, you like hearing them talk about like the lightsaber sounds, the snap sounds, the like kiss that Hondo does, for example, like all the thing that goes into like making those sounds so that it's satisfying and that the player can like feel that moment. They just do such a great job. And they care about like every little detail to that point. Like they say stuff like that all the time where it's, this lightsaber has a particular hum, which is why like this other one has this particular hum. And I'm like, dude, what? Like I would have never caught that. And but yeah, they're just so good at their jobs that it just, it makes it so much fun to kind of like align new animations and abilities, knowing that like you can get these kind of audio moments that sync up with it that can make for like a really satisfying experience.
So, with regard to audio, how many unique lightsaber sounds are there in the game? Do you know that off the top of your head?
No, I have no. I didn't even know that initially until he mentioned that. I was like, "That's awesome," but
Okay,
so like they would probably know, but like I don't have a clue on that. And then
well, you have to give them my compliments then when you see them.
definitely, like, geez, some of these comments about making that snap sound, good God bless.
Yeah, that snap sound is so awesome.
Yeah, it is very satisfying, but no children's necks were snapped to make that sound. Oh, geez. And then yeah, to the guild things, I think you already answered that we're kind of spread out there. So it is true. Like we're kind of out there, and I'm sorry to my guild, but at least they don't know I'm in it, so I'm just kind of lurking. But like they were not super stoked with me because I may have had some late nights working on the raid and forgot to like deploy. Sorry. And so like there was some DMs that were coming my way. And I'm like, sorry man, I forgot to deploy today. My bad. I was busy a little bit.
It'd be funny. Like, oh, why didn't you work on the raids today? I did.
There was some of that where they're like, for the Naboo raid, they were making discussions like hit be sure to hit the raid today. And I'm like, dude, I did like 1,000 times that. What are you talking about?
What are you
like,
talking about?
Not that raid.
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
As is to be expected for someone with, your work schedule, your workload.
Yeah, I mean, but it should be able to deploy though. That was my bad. I just was like one of those days where it was running long. Didn't think about it, but it was like, it didn't take much to deploy, so I could have pulled that at least.
Awesome.
I saw a question now. It's getting pushed down though.
All right, so
Um,
that felt better. I wonder if I can do R7 now. I might just R7 all of them, but did they get a special bonus at the next tier?
No, they get
Only
bonuses on
R9.
5 and 9.
Oof. I think they're going to struggle at the R7.
Which
then.
is, yeah, that's what a lot of the people in general were kind of griping. Was like, well, let's just see what happens at the R5 tier, and then maybe better mods can R7. I think it's still TBD.
Yeah, I was struggling at R5 with all of them at R5. If they don't get any bonuses, typically, at least how this has worked in raids previous, is if they're struggling at one tier and they don't get any bonuses, then all of the enemy bonuses really hurt them.
Yeah, I've been seeing that's a similar issue, not as heavily an issue with Tarkin clones at R8 between R7 and R9 bonuses. The R7 tier seems easy enough. The R8 tier is just like, oh, that's a little bit interesting because they got enemies have more bonuses, but Tarkin clones kind of stagnate. But then you get to R9 and it's just, that was easy.
Yeah, this is gonna be. I don't know if because I'm just thinking like if I commit to R7, I don't think I get this. And I don't. I'm not R9ing Bad Batch 2. Like,
Yeah.
If anybody's done an R7 tier. What's the tier number for R7 again?
5.
Yeah, I've seen some people. Yeah, I've seen a report right here that somebody maxed R7 tier.
Did
No,
they?
I mean that's going to be.
Did
Big
they
deal.
do it?
Yeah, I want to say I've seen maxes of basically every team at every
Yeah,
tier, more or less, at this point.
I haven't
No,
seen Bad Batch R8 yet. That's the one I was really keeping my eye out
Oh,
for. And
would you like to see that one? I can run it
yes,
for you
good.
again. Yeah, whenever you want me to run stuff, we can do some R8 stuff.
Yeah.
Bad Batch is fun. Oh boy. No, but the other thing I want to say, just be really careful with the Bad Batch, just because the lock mark is not
Right.
supposed to exist, right? So I'm very cautious of any run, unless I see the footage of you not. If the Gear 12 bonus says that for the enemies, if you inflict mark, they dispel mark and get stealth instead. And at the R9 tier is when it says, hey, if a mark is dispelled, inflict a locked mark instead, so that it stays on. And what's happening is whenever you're using Batcher Special 1 or Hunter Special 1, the mark abilities, they're inflicted with a locked mark. Whether or not that's
the bug they got to work on. Yeah.
Yeah, and until that gets resolved, or I see a video of somebody not using either of those specials to ignore that mechanic, I don't know.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's another reason to kind of avoid going too heavily in on the Bad Batch 2 right now as well.
For now. I mean, unless the locked there is, it doesn't, I've obviously read everything leading up to the raid, and I saw that immediately. It's like, wait, that's not supposed to happen. Let me read everything again and make sure. So,
yeah,
whatever the outcome.
I wouldn't say misleading, but it's definitely a little bit of a concern.
Just the abilities themselves. Like, they do good things besides just mark the unit, and.
Oh, you think the whole bonus is being applied? Is that what you're saying?
I can't speak to the whole bonus because obviously everything else is behind the scenes. Obviously I don't see if Crosshair's getting more accuracy or if. But I
feel like he's not. If he's getting 100% accuracy, he should be hitting.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I'm trying to remember the rest of the Bad Batch. Do they have execute stack increase in their R9 move? I forget. Looking again. Bad Batch. Yeah, they do. Whenever an enemy dispels marked there. Yeah. So the R9 ability apparently is whenever the locked mark occurs, LV should get 10 stacks of execute, and I'm fairly certain that's not happening. Yeah, because but actually, I'm pretty sure I've got someone in my guild with the full R9 that can have a video of it showing that that happens at R9, but the locked mark specifically seems to be occurring at every tier. Yeah, let me look. 1 second. Yep.
I see you answered that meathead question.
Yeah, I didn't. It's difficult, right? Like you want plug and play to be a thing, but the issue with plug and play with 330 characters that have all sorts of different interactions is if you allow for it to be the Wild West character, um, the unintended interactions increases x-fold, right? And the chances that there was going to be something bad that'll happen without having some form of gating is extremely high compared to if you have a vision of what you would like the character slash teams to perform and how you would like them to perform and then work around that. Then just be like, here is a character that does something and it interacts with 330 characters and good luck and hopefully you don't find something that absolutely ruins the integrity of the game. So like that's the crux, I think, when it comes to plug and play, is that it's in theory it sounds awesome, and I agree that it is awesome. It's just it opens up the floodgates for potential terribleness at a high percentage.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for the most part, I think a pure plug and play is pretty difficult. We got somewhat lucky with that with Hondo. When I was making Hondo, that was because he's a neutral character. He's like one of the few. I think he's the only in the game, and so we knew like a lot of his kit, while had some call outs to like scoundrels and such, was aligned mostly with alignment. Like a lot of his abilities trigger off of light side or dark side enemies and such, which allowed him to be a little more freedom in his movement, who he can play with. And we felt like he was a tame enough character that was okay thematically. It made sense that he could pop up anywhere, and so that was good. But yeah, generally because of the way factions exist in the game and tags exist in the game, some factions just have already a significant number of characters within it that were already trying to keep into their respective factions teams for that faction. So like the Jedi, like Galactic Republic Jedi, there's just a big chunk of them. And if our goal is to maybe bring Plo Koon or Kit Fisto onto this new team, other than a direct call out, it's going to be really difficult. Because if we say, hey, bring Galactic Republic Jedi, people are going to go for the big hitters in that case, because obviously you want to put together the strongest team that you can do. And so, a player's not going to sit there and obviously be like, oh yeah, this clearly is meant for Kit, unless it says, Kit on it, or, does some type of drill down to the tags, which is like tank, for like Plo is like a tank that doesn't taunt or something. That's a Galactic Republic Jedi, and like that guy will get a ton of stuff. Then you can start narrowing it down. And so we're more, in some cases it's going to vary. A lot of units come out, so some units we're more comfortable with, like there's some freedom within the faction, like we don't mind, like Leia for example, like there was not a problem that when Mothma, Baze, like Radis, Jin, like that, those were showing up as the fourth and fifth character. We were fine. Like that's rebels within her faction. Like we're fine with those units. But like had for some reason like Darth Maul showed up there, we'd have been like, this is not what we were going for. So in terms of like plug and play, like yeah, and in a lot of cases we do want very specific teams. In a lot of cases we want specific kernels. So like 3 of the 5, we want to make sure that they're kind of locked in, but the other 2 we're a little more comfortable with. But generally those are going to be restricted around high level factions in that case. So like we're not going to be super mad if if Plo Koon or Kit Fisto ends up on a team that we didn't intend. We're gonna be like, oh sure, okay. But once we start breaking into other factions and other units, and they start interrupting and potentially causing high level balance problems, that's when we get concerned. So a lot of it now is somewhat, as Meat had pointed out, that we just have so many units in our game that it's more comfortable to maintain the balance by kind of narrowing the scope of the potential units in those teams.
You know what?
But that's not to say we'd never do a plug and play, to be clear. It's just that there's a lot of different factors going into when we would potentially be comfortable introducing plug and play characters versus more narrowed factional units.
You know what is a really
Fair
big
answer.
problem, like from balancing at the high level?
What was that?
You know what's a big problem about balancing at the high level?
What's that?
So there's this character named Luminara, and she has this really broken ability where it doesn't specifically call it Galactic Legends, it calls out Protection Up. So if you guys could like just fix it so that it calls out specifically Galactic Legends and removes the Protection Up clause, that would be super cool.
Is that
Well,
the
our time here
Omicron?
was fun. I hope you all have a good one. Again, just messing.
That
So I had
makes
to
me
say
sad.
it.
You know,
Every
surprisingly,
single
it only
team.
took you 2 hours and 15 minutes to bring it up. So I applaud you on your resilience. So
I
Their
didn't
strength is
want to be
real.
obvious.
yeah,
I tried to be a little bit more subtle.
it was a good.
I mean,
It
if
was
we're
good.
gonna talk,
I liked it.
if we're going to talk real changes, how about a General Kenobi call out for Galactic Legend Hondo
What?
after all the shenanigans they had in Clone Wars?
I was gonna say Hondo has a lot of shenanigans with everyone. His team could be like Galactic Legend Hondo, Ezra, General Kenobi, Count Dooku, Jedi Anakin.
Yep, really.
Well, that's true. That's true. I mean, yeah, I get why they have to rein in the plug and play on that, but the meme potential is strong.
Well, I mean, they could make a call out in Hondo's kid like they did for Mace Windu and Jedi Knight Anakin. Jedi Knight
yeah.
Anakin doesn't get any mastery.
I forgot about that.
funniest-
Yeah,
That's one
Count
of
Du-
the funniest
and-
kits I've ever read.
it would be broken, but having all of them automatically get captive anytime Hondo enters the battle would be pretty bad.
Please put that in.
I wrote down the suggestion. The suggestion has been written down and tossed right into the compactor.
There we go. Yeah, that's about what I expected.
I mean, it got written down. That's acknowledgement.
Hey, at
Yeah.
least we finally found out the name of the other developer. It's Compactor, guys.
Oh yeah, he's just been literal about it the entire time. It's the ultimate secret identity.
Oh my god.
That's actually a great idea.
Also, good
Like,
news.
change my name to like garbage can or something. Be like, yeah, we took your idea, put it right in the garbage can. Like,
But
yeah.
that's a developer meet sends
I
all
do
my
like that.
ideas too.
Mhm. I mean, you have the new kit in your Discord DMs right now. So if anybody
Oh no,
wants
I
it,
was
they can
hoping
just
that
send
wouldn't
you
be
a
brought
DM.
up.
So that's why Contor's been spazzing out.
Oh god. To anybody listening, I don't have any kid. Meat is just being a little troll as usual.
Wait, who has the
Anybody
kid?
listening, he's completely lying.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
I'll visit the house, Gunnar. Don't worry.
Oh no, please don't.
Well, we gotta play Magic at some point.
Yeah, I know.
It's a true story.
All right, enough of that.
All right, so
I do appreciate-
on the
I
good news
brought
side
this
of
up. I
things,
DM'd Meathead
now
about
that we've
it.
decided Luminar is getting reworked, the free to play Jedi Vanguard team actually did pretty well.
Oh, nice.
So no
Is that just
Jocasta,
Clip it,
Kelleran
ship
Beck.
it, clip it, and ship it. Excuse me, just clipping that real quick, and then I'm going to send that to everybody that messages me.
Wait, who? What?
Free to play Jedi Vanguard team.
Like Kelleran Beck without Jocasta
And
can at
that's
least
the,
beat tier 4.
Nice.
Yeah, the free to play one. That's what Beck lead with like Shock, Plo, Kitten, Qui-Gon.
I did not use Qui-Gon. It was Ayla Barris.
Oh, okay. I mean that makes sense too. I've seen a couple iterations of the free to play team with the Naboo units. And one of them had Qui-Gon.
Yep, that was a Relic 7 tier.
You are correct. Yeah.
Also, to the comments on YouTube saying I'm using R8, I don't think the 3 extra relic levels on Plo Koon are making and breaking that run. And also, I think most of these
I
are
really don't
requirements
think so.
anyways at these relic levels. Shock is R7, Kelleran Beck is required R7, Plo Koon is required R7. I mean, I guess I have 2 extra levels on Ayla, but those are like not tangible like those are not tangible stat
Also, isn't
boosts.
Plo Koon R8 for?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
he is
R8
R8 for
Legend?
Ahsoka. You're right.
Ayla's only relic 3 for Jedi Master.
That is
Kenobi.
correct. Ayla is the only one that's actually above.
Yeah,
But
that's
even then-
unacceptable. You're giving totally unaccessible runs to people. Like, how are they going to know that? It's not going to work like that.
Honestly, the bigger argument is that they're god modded. That's going to be an issue.
That would make sense.
Like that's the bigger issue. This is less accessible. Just put all your plus 25 offense primary 6D mods on them.
All right. I think I'm gonna get ready to take off here in about like 5 minutes. If there's like any last questions, let me know. It could be about anything else. I'm a sports fan too. The NBA draft's tonight. Just saying.
God. Now you're gonna be here another hour just answering those questions, and you're gonna have to explain to the others. Like, sorry, the stream just kept talking about sports I was staying.
Well, yeah, I mean that does tend to detract me a lot. I'm a big football fan more than basketball, but I like all
True
sports.
story. That I can confirm that ABC loves football.
Yeah, and I mean I like basketball too. It's just my team. Well, I mean my teams all suck. All the teams I like suck, and we don't even have a pick tonight because we suck. We traded away our best player years ago.
Oh boy, here we go.
So
This is
yeah,
I'm used to these transitions, and they're fantastic.
So anyone
It
who
could be worse. You could be a Chicago Bears fan.
Hugsy asked
One of
for
my
a
friends
Shakti
is a Chicago
requirement,
Bears fan,
JMK.
so
They understand pain.
They have my sympathies.
yeah. He
Someone would like to know what your favorite food is.
pizza, easy.
But toppings,
just
like what are we talking? Classics or like what do we?
I mean, it depends on what I'm trying to do.
Pizza. I want to know yours. It's Friday. You just got off a long work week.
Pepperoni, then easy.
Okay.
Easy
Perfect.
peasy pepperoni. Except where I just moved, like pizza here. I mean, I live in a place that's like a food capital, so like 90% of the food here is excellent. But like the pizza is the only one that's like, I still haven't found that spot yet. So I'm trying to get there. Cooper Flag's going to Dallas for sure. That is the most. Like that was such a behind the scenes collusion. Like that there's no way. He 100% sent Luka to the Lakers, and they were like, "Hey, we'll hook you up with the number 1 pick. Like we need to get our ratings boosted for sure." That was some shenanigans there. There's no way. And I understand, mathematically speaking, with a 1.8% chance that technically there is a way, but come on. Well, combine that with the Luka trade in the same year, like no, there's some shenanigans here on the back end for sure. Miami Heat. I mean, Miami Heat could be interesting if the Giannis trade actually goes through. And OKC winning is awful. Sorry, guy who likes chanting OKC. That was awful for the game because that team's a bunch of floppers and free throw merchants. So they ruined the game of basketball having to watch that. So
now you folks know how it's like to be in some meetings when we bring up sports.
This is the dead zone too. The next 70 days until football. It's like the only good sports going on right now. I'm not a baseball fan. Sorry, I shouldn't say only good sports because it's gonna make people bad. I don't like baseball, so I don't really watch baseball. I do watch the WNBA. That's like the only sport I think that's on right now is watching the WNBA. But other than that, it's a countdown until football starts.
Well, before you have to leave, on behalf of myself and everybody in the Raid server, we all do appreciate you coming out and answering all these questions, giving us so much of your time. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor having you here.
Oh, man, pleasure's all mine. It's a lot of fun. I've got to do this once before, I think, for Jar Jar, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Just talking, like I said, I play the game too. I'm a fan as well, and so being able to just chat about stuff is just interesting to me as well. And then somebody's calling OKC floppers while watching LBG do it for decades as well. I mean, he's a flopper too. That's why Jordan's the GOAT. That's undisputed. Jordan's the GOAT. So
Did you
I can
folks
leave
feel
that.
that switch? We went from Star Wars to sports in a matter of
Dude.
0.2 seconds.
I
0.2
felt
We're not
it
even
to
talking
my
about
core.
football,
Not at
too.
all.
Get me going on football. I will force you guys to stay with me if we start doing football conversations now.
I
I'll have to
don't.
go to the hospital for whiplash first.
Unfortunately, I found that most people don't like my taste given where I was born.
Okay, well now I gotta get the answer here.
Oh no.
KCMO.
Oh yeah, I'm leaving now. You're right.
Oh boy.
Gee,
Yeah, that
on
did
that
it.
note, I am out. Retract all compliments I did previously. Go Raiders. That's all I got to say.
Mic drop, he's out.
No,
I
appreciate though.
tried
I
to
really
make
do
it
appreciate
wholesome.
being here, but I will leave on Go Raiders though. So Go Raiders.
All right, you have a good one.
Later, y'all.
Later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here too. But this was fun, so I appreciate
All
you
right.
providing.
yeah,
that
again-
space for us.
You here.
I know it was already said, but this is
I hope
also
to see you when
Dude, I
Star
mean-
Citizen.
on my stream. So thank you guys very much for being here. This was really not this. I mean, this was really cool for me, but I think it was also really cool for the community. There were like a dozen questions that had nothing to do with the raid, but were really itching people. So appreciate you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been at it for almost 10 years now. I mean, we very much love this game. So we love being here and we love chatting and all that jazz, and we'll try to do it more often. Scheduling is always the hardest part. So,
Oh yeah.
but we'll work on it. We'll work on it. And good luck with the raid.
Thank you.
If you want to do some giveaways, feel free to get me, I don't know, give me 10 ally codes and I'll figure something out.
You say give me 10 ally codes?
Yeah, give me 10 ally codes and I'll figure something out. Just send them to me on Discord.
Like today?
We have what 10 moderators admin in the server?
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh
say,
my
hey,
God.
so my code just had
But y'all have a good one. I'll chat to you folks in the normal locations. But until next time,
Until next time, and always looking forward to it.
Stay
Nice
awesome.
meeting
thank you. Later, folks.
Later.
Around.
Those are fun people.
great.
I was
Yeah,
honestly
yeah.
really happy that they answered all the questions they did, especially again, like I said, all the non-raid related ones. Like that's pretty cool.
It's a nice peek behind that curtain. It really is.
Yeah, that's the main reason I was excited, especially to have ABC joining. Because me and Head can answer so many questions to be sure, but having one of the actual raid people on for this raid stream, perfect thing.
Hey, can one of you guys who knows things better
Yeah,
than I do tell me
great way
why
to
my
do day one.
Jocasta keeps getting stunned after she moves? Is that
Killing a
You
Nightfall
killed
Trooper.
Nightfall?
that's a Nightfall Trooper thing, isn't it? Yeah, I just noticed it on Plo too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that when you kill them?
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever does the killing blow gets a nice whack.
All right. Well, the Jocasta variation looks like can pretty easily handle. Easily handle might be an exaggeration. It can handle the tier above that at R7.
It looks pretty good.
I do kind of
Yeah.
like how in this raid, different than the last one, that you can lose a unit or two, and you're totally not out of it. Like once you really get over the hump, you're pretty much done.
That's an encouraging sign because I know, like in a lot of the runs with Naboo, as soon as you lost a unit, it quickly goes downhill.
Exactly. You're just done. Like, oh, Pow died on wave 6 or whatever. Pack your bags and go home.
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Pow's gone. Just restart.
So do you guys have anything else you want to look at or do while we're on stream? I will be transitioning to GAC here soon. I think I've kind of had my thoughts organized for this. But yeah.
You messed around with
I know I joined late. If you just haven't, oh, sorry.
What's that?
Yeah. So have you done any like Luminara lead stuff? Like
I have not.
Just repeating Naboo teams.
So I can do that. Where
I don't
are we
think it'll
going
work,
here?
But it's worth checking out.
There's no like, oh, I guess Luminara does have the buff thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think, I'm like, what is she doing? So Luminar lead. Kit Fisto? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I guess something like that.
Oh, it's like straight up recreated the Lumi Kid team from Nebu.
Yeah. Right, because I know that there's definitely at least a couple people who got Luminara, but maybe were in a position where like Keller and Beck having Kairos and things was kind of prohibitive.
Well, I'm almost
Right.
thinking
That's a fair point.
if we build the other team at high relic levels, is there like a junk one? Like this is in theory 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, can we build out 2 full things that even if this Lumi team is bad, if it gets like 300,000 points, that's probably a significant margin for a lot of people.
I agree.
I mean, if you're going for 300k, just go down to tier 0, see if it does
Yeah.
anything there.
Yeah, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. That's a good
100%.
idea. Does Qui-Gon have actual damage? Like, if I mod him for offense and crit chance, is he gonna do anything?
One way to find out, but no.
I don't think so.
I was looking recently, someone was talking about using like the defense to offense cron or whatever on Qui-Gon to like boost his offense for when he dies. And I decided to, just for funsies, to look up his armor on .gg. It's like one of the worst in the game. He's below Ugnaught, Karth, and Greedo. Like, it's bad.
Incredible.
Yeah, I think he's like literally bottom 10. All right, Ithkoth, do you have... okay, we're leaving your mods there. So let's go down to, do we want... Start at 1 and see what it does?
Go all the way
Yeah.
to 0.
Or
Just-
0,
You
that's
just
what I
like
meant.
literally see if they can do anything with the most help they could possibly get.
You cannot use 4-star characters. I think it starts at 5... Is it 5 stars that it starts at?
It's 5.
5.
Yeah.
All right, so the concept here is basically we're going to gain so many buffs that it's just going to stack our offense that will eventually be able to kill something. Right?
Yeah, I'm also interested in this idea that, if this team can't get a perfect score, if you just sacrifice the first Jedi and then focus on making the other 2 exist.
I kind of bet
something
this
to that
one.
effect.
This,
Like a
this looks like it's going to work
completion.
on the lowest tier.
Yeah.
Hey, does anyone know why I'm not countering and dealing AoE true damage?
I think it might be bugged.
You don't have the
Yeah,
Lumis,
that's,
obviously.
I tell you, we should have asked Meathead or ABC when they were still here about that. That would have been a great raid-oriented question that has complete and total relevance on right now.
So one of the things that I've been doing that I think is kind of cool, maybe I'm wrong. Also, Scribe and Bane, you just said the exact same phrase. So congrats. You're in different platforms. So so he's got 12 stacks of execute. There's really no reason to pull this. I can just like beat up Lord Vader, wait for Dum Dum to come out of stealth, get the free points, and then click it. Also cooldowns.
100%. Yeah. But you have to be careful because I ran into the situation where I tried to get greedy on getting those extra points and then just lost the Jedi.
Dude,
so
Kit Fisto just killed
don't
everyone.
do that.
Oh god.
Yeah.
You know what
Well,
does kind of stink about
right.
this interaction, though?
That's something.
The stacking offense is good later in the battle when things no longer matter.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
It does kind of feel like a win harder option, which I mean is nice, that helps just tighten things up and make it more consistent, but like does suck a little bit.
All right, so we're gonna discard here. I think this might actually be able to do something at the next tier.
Cool. Yeah, I mean this is exactly what it's for then. This is perfect.
All right, so we can start that. That's cool. Gosh, what does that ability even do from ETH? I probably should have gone for the defensive buff there. I'm going to use the cleanse and not cleanse anything just for the offense, as Canada would say. All right, Kit Fisto, go! Yeah, they don't do much damage at this tier still. Nope, well, that's damage, I guess.
All right. Yep. There's that first Jedi sacrifice I was talking about. Let's see if that's actually how it works.
Yeah. They don't have enough offense to boot right out the gate to be
Yeah.
able to stop Lord Vader from killing everyone.
Yeah. The other thing that might help, I don't know. I mean, dare I say remodding this team, but if you just have enough offense to get through Fox, he's got a lot of healing in his kit for the rest of the team.
So do we think everyone
running into
just
that
straight offense?
I mean, that's basically what we did for the Naboo raid as well. Yeah, I mean, let me double check. But his kit, his AOE move is just basically undid all your progress. So if you kill him before he gets to that point.
Yeah, I very specifically saved my mod loadouts before I did this. Everything's a complete mess right now.
Yeah, his AOE is a full recovery. Or not full recovery, but
All right.
recovery.
I have no idea what everyone's crit chance looks like, so this is fine. I guess we're stealing Ayla's mod. She's not on this team, right? Yeah. Can I get crit damage?
As for after this, you said anything you want to see before stuff. I mean, I don't know if we haven't shown, you know, if you want to see like higher relic stuff or like the Tarkin clones or the Mace stuff. I mean, whatever you want to show before you switch over to GSC is your call. But
Sure. Like, do you guys want to like me? I can share like the Discord screen.
sure, I can share in there.
Oh, that was the wrong one.
Yeah, can you share the mods used for the Bad Batch team? Just because I know they're going to need God tier mods, but I know some sort of mod loadout.
Sure. Yeah. So the first thing I'll say is I pulled it off with an offense modding batcher. You might want a speed batcher though. That's all you get to know for now. Let me get it.
I don't think I'm remodding bears for offense. I think we're just gonna do ETH. Yeah, Spider-Man, this team did max at the 300k tier. I think with enough juice, it can probably take the next one. So we're not running shock in this one because the concept here is we're trying to see if both a Kelleron Beck team can score really well and then a Luminara team can score something. That's what we're trying to go for right now.
Clear tier 0 or something.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that tracks.
Well, because it's just it's a position that most people are going to be in, where new Bad Batch is going to be remotely accessible right now. Keller and Beck very accessible, and then they're gonna have 3 other teams they're gonna have to go. So I guess an Enfys Nest solo for 200 is one, and then this literally has to be the other.
I posted my mods
Yeah,
in the text chat here.
Dumb question. Which text chat?
Oh, the for the VC itself. If you're on PC, if you look at the VC, you'll see a little text bubble to open the chat for it. I can also post it in behind the stream channel.
I've run out of mod space, which I was afraid of.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so I did look into it. Yeah, at the R9 tier, when you inflict that locked marked, it increases the execute stacks on LV just for R9.
Totally giving the Relic 9.
But in the previous tiers, it does the locked mark, but it does not give the extra execute stacks.
Okay.
So the R9 has a substantial advantage. I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, these are just what we're seeing is just the words on it. You know, this wouldn't be the first time that there's just an oversight in changing the mechanics without updating the words to reflect it.
Yeah.
You know, like the CX2 LV ult charge just didn't make it to the text. But This could just be, oh, we want to add the lock mark, but only incentivize the R9 for the, take away the pressure from execute. I don't know. I'm just speculating here.
No, I mean, if we've verified that it's half the ability, that I feel like that's almost what it has to be.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this is super annoying.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, the other thing we can do is find the abilities. I mean, I can look for data mine once, find them on GG, and just scroll through the mechanics to see if the mechanic exists. That sounds like an after stream activity, though.
Max, I don't know if Beck needs shock, but since they're both requirements are at R7, I'm just assuming that we want them to go together because, not because they work well together necessarily, although they probably do, but more so because everybody's going to be able to put them on the same tier and they're not going to want to, take Ethkoth or Qui-Gon or Kit Fisto or Luminar up to R7 to give Beck some help. All right. So Fox has got his AoE next. Oh, well, they already killed someone immediately. Yeah, I don't even know what the remod of this is going to be able to get through. Their damage numbers are still poo-poo even with god mods.
Yeah, nice 8,000, no critting. Yeah, do they have crit avoid in the stacking the stats?
I'll check. They...
I always forget which.
I don't think these ones do.
Up.
They definitely did in the Naboo raid.
Okay. Yeah, because I know they're stacking their potency up, which makes it really hard to even do tenacity to stop the ability block or the dots or whatever. There's a lot of. So yeah, okay, no crit avoid.
I'm gonna try that one more time, but I'm pretty not hopeful. Put in all of the buffs. Is it when they're applied or when they're dispelled that we get the offense or the offense boost?
It is at the start of every single turn if you have the buffs.
Oh, so if they dispel it, you're screwed. Oh, that sucks.
Yes and no. If they dispel it, you'll gain the offense because it'll have been at the start of the turn before the action, but then you won't get it from that point forward.
Yeah, but if we do the AoE buff and then he immediately goes, then only one of my characters gets it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not going to be good. Raid's going well, Edge of Void. I mean, I'm just trying to put together 5 teams that are remotely accessible. Which honestly, so this tier does... honestly, this team is going to be like a bottom feeder. Maybe there is some I really... Is there another Jedi combo that we can work out? That could maybe get this one slightly up. I don't know though. Even if I guess now would be the time to test with them being god modded. Who's the most useless? Who's the most useless? Honestly, it might be Barris right now. What if we just took shock for the consistent offense up? Does she have mods on her? She does. But even then, I can't beat that last tier without her in it, so I don't know how useful this is.
Remind me, someone offhand, what causes the enemies to regain retribution?
At the start of a turn, if Disguise Clone is stealthed.
Got it. Oh, at the start of an enemy. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm struggling with the full 5 teams for myself. So if we Junk Luminara, no offense, Lumi. This will get 300 pretty easily, I think, assuming they're all, at least relic levels. Jocasta can get higher. This is pretty much one team either way. I guess you could sub in Barris or someone. Oh, I guess I have 5 teams with Lord Vader clones. This is going to be a low score for me. Yeah, so Tarkin... Tarkin, I can get the 600 score on. Lunar, I can get the 300. Killer on Beck, I can get the 18. Bad Batch, I can get the 12. And then Nest, I can get 200. Yeah, so I'm gonna be tapping out like a 4 million score here. It's not great. Why R5 or R9 for Bad Batch? So at least right now, it looks like the bonuses that you get at the R9 level for Bad Batch are really important for them performing at the top end. So this is a whole 100% accuracy locked mark, which actually is applying everywhere. Increased damage.
Yeah, 10 stacks to execute for sure is making them.
Yeah. So it looks like a lot of this is doing a lot. Am I gonna go for the Beck Jocasta Ayla 3.6 run? Absolutely not. I'm not gonna be able to take Beck and Ayla up to R9. Honestly, not even Jocasta. Yeah, I think I'm curious as to what I'm going to be doing long term. Actually, because I'm slightly tempted just to. Well, obviously, Lord Vader clones, I'll take those up to R9, so that'll fix a lot of my problems. I'll eventually get Mace. I don't know if that'll be R8. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I don't think I'm gonna really try to bolster any of the bad teams that are here. I think the only one that's really viable is Bad Batch. Like I don't think Beck. I don't want Beck to do more necessarily. What's up, Dodo? How you doing? All right. Does somebody want to do like Lord Vader clones or something?
Yeah, I can
Or not
stream a
Lord
few
Vader
things.
clones, Tarkin.
Yeah, so we can do LV clones. We can do new Mace with Jocasta, without Jocasta. R8 Bad Batch if people really want to see the masochism of that one.
How much do we hit ourselves?
Yeah. Actually, hold on. Before I do all this, let me hot utils my loadout for this new Bad Batch, and then I'll reset back to normal. We can do everything but the Bad Batch if there's time for it later, because that's been discussed further.
Yep.
Oh,
ad exhaustion, I think.
Also, I just now realized this. My current opponent has. Oh, this is disgusting. I did not see this until now. He's got R9 New Mace, R9 Temple Guard with the Datacron, R9 Jocasta, and 3 Omicrons.
Ooh.
Nice.
That's gonna suck.
To be honest, I think that's a throw.
I mean, just go to the Arnold video and just use one of the other teams that he tried to fight. He's looking at Barbarossa footage. Just pick one of those. I'm pretty sure Joppa wins. Easy. Yeah, yeah. Hey, it's such a bad team from all that. Who cares?
Yeah.
I'm tempted to try
I do think
C set Watt.
There.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're gonna take a minute to set up, I might just jump right into this to see if that works.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let's see. Is New Mace trash?
Yes.
I think I'm gonna use Malchus.
Worst
third.
legendary ever! Exclamation point.
Oh no.
All right. Oh my god, I hate myself. My best health cron on my this is the first battle. My best health cron is 19%.
It'll be fine.
Do I dare look up protection? That's 30. That's actually respectable. I think I might take that. Also, Dodo, thank you for the Prime sub.
Come on. But then you can just talk about how trash C is, because you won with only 19% health.
See? It's a win-win.
Yeah.
I have no idea if this works, but C was able to solo this team when it was Killer on Beck leading. We did that last time, so we'll see how this goes. All right, I'm. What do you guys think? Link Mace or Link Jocasta? I was linking Jocasta, but Mace seems like a good attacker.
I think because won't Jocasta gain the turn meter from the focus datacron, so she'll take more turns
That is true.
and you'll get more mastery and more ult.
All right, we'll do Jocasta.
Whose damage are we more worried about? Yeah.
Oh, also Watt is captive.
I don't
so
think I
that was a choice.
don't think I'm worried about either damage.
All right, we'll get protection back there. Yeah, Watt was a choice considering he's going to be captive and then probably dead. How did?
Nah, there's no damage.
Moral support.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be ability blocked for his first turn. All right, yeah, I probably should have done. Although, not going to lie, the fear from Malik seems to be helpful because they don't really seem to have a great solution for that. Oh, here comes the gun. Granny got her gun. Or however that musical goes.
Granny's got a shotgun.
Alright, guard's dead. And she shot... Oh, that's hilarious. She shot a seat instead of one of the actual vulnerable targets.
I mean, good for you.
Nice.
Yeah, she's not gonna even do any damage, right? Because like she's lost all her protection. So she's just doing like the physical damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is gonna work actually really well.
She siphons. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Watt didn't make it out, so...
Oh.
Does he ever?
Yeah.
Sometimes, and when he does, it's really funny.
So.
Like Watt on C. Okay, we're gonna lose Watt. It's an acceptable loss. I will take it.
Mhm.
And
One. Mace worst legendary confirmed.
All right, well, C Malik works at least. I don't think we needed Watt there. We probably could use Set or on maybe no one.
Hey, Calvin, I'm ready to roll.
All right, cool. Let me pop over here. So for those who didn't hear, we're going to be showing some other raid teams that Calvin does not have, which is several. All right.
Oops. Hold on 1 second. I accidentally hit the button that firewalls took up, which we don't want right now. Okay. We should be back. Just let me know when I'm visible.
Let me look. Let me add the thing here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I don't want to add all of that. Would you stop doing that? There we go. Okay. There we go. That's good. Let's take that, make that a bigger screen.
Yeah, resolution okay right now? I can make it bigger if needed.
looks pretty clear.
Okay. Cool.
Right, if I put you behind my face, then I can make this all the way up. There we go. All right.
All right, we're ready to roll. Cool. Okay, so I mean, what do you want to see first?
So where are your Tarkin clones?
All 9.
So all Relic 9. How are their mods? How do you have Tarkin modded?
Yeah.
All right, so potency and speed, like you told me.
Yeah. Then they're modded. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like with them being on a Galactic Legend team, them having God mods is going to be par for the course.
They have pretty good mods, yeah. So we've got those guys. Obviously, we've got Mace here. I mean, well, also I heard that Mace Depa TG all R9 can underman 9, which sounds like a fun thing to try out as well. Yeah,
I have a
but
full team relic 9 if we want to showcase that a little bit.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, so basically, oops, sorry, go on.
I said I'm missing a Zeta on Depa, so I can't do the 3-man because you need a
Got
buff
it,
to
got it.
spell, and I don't have that.
Got it. Okay. Well, I can
That's
just
your
quickly do
bottleneck?
R9 real quick. I mean, what's one?
Yeah. I mean, I could
Anyway.
impulsively spend $20 on a Zeta.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We can do Tarkin clones first. Yeah, R9 and then see what happens.
Yeah, I imagine this battle will go fast.
We'll find out. Let's see. So who did I want to? I'm trying to remember how I did this. Because I just did it earlier, and so I know the typical thing to play. Oh yeah, we don't really have to. Okay, so most of the time I want to go after Fox to do the execute stacks, but the Order 66 stuff does such enough work anyway that it's quite nice to just avoid that. So I actually just go after one of the guys here for now, rip off all their stuff.
Do they not have, different from like Bad Batch, do they not have a way around the massive damage?
Oh, you're just gonna get hit with it.
So no.
So then Oppo needs to rip it off real quick. And now this one, I've tried a few things with this. So Oppo's about to rip off buffs, so I definitely don't want to pump all my buffs necessarily. So what I am gonna do is just do this to increase my potency for now. And then there's the Order 66 on him. So, and then let them do their flurry real quick. We're ready to just go hit him.
So why'd you hit Lord Vader all in the middle? Are you just...
Say that again?
Why are you hitting Lord Vader when he's got 26 stacks and you've got like Fox and Oppo still around?
Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Yeah, so we're not going to do it now, but we are going to reapply taunt, I think. And then we'll hit this real quick. And then you've got another thing popping up soon. So I'm going to do something controversial here. But I am going to let him take a turn to bring the disguised guys back. I'm just playing around here. This might not work.
I was gonna say this did not work at all.
No, that's fine. Okay, I'll show you what I was trying. Okay, so basically, I'll do the thing by normal anyway. But what I try to do with it is I don't know a good way to only kill one disguised clone trooper. And I'll show you why that's. I'd like it just to clean the battle up a bit. I just wanted to try something. Rip all that off. That real quick. Get this kill here. I can just copy this. So people die. Yeah, fine. So we'll just kill everyone here. And obviously, yeah, as you can see, there's no real struggle with, the first round of execute. But the reason why I wanted to potentially, oops, I need to just play the game and not talk so much.
So does them reviving give you more opportunities for max score or no?
No, I don't. I'm just being silly here. Because Fox just needs to die before he has a chance to do that. No, the reason I'm trying to say that I'm trying to get fancy with it, which is just being silly of me, because the disguised clone troopers, if I kill them now and just move on to wave 2, they'll revive with their AoEs ready, and then just knock out really quickly the execute stacks for the second round of stuff. And I find I get really close to losing the second Jedi with that setup. So the only really consistent way I find to get the Order 66 is dispelling the taunt on Scorch, which only Oppo can do. And he's another person that just kind of accidentally dies. very inconvenient. Could just ignore him here. Let's see if I AoE that. No, it's only a Tarkin. Tarkin comes in shortly. Where is this one? That. Cool. So maybe we'll try that and just keep Tarkin around a bit. And oh, I did kill him. That might be the way to go. That. Oh, wait, why did I do that? I did it again. It's fine. It's fine. That was on purpose. There. See, easy. See, and then they're just gonna throw a bunch of stacks down, and actually they're just gonna get it outright. Yeah. I hit this. Yeah, see, then that's the dilemma I'm running into, is, and they're gonna get it right now. Yeah. So that's why I don't want to keep Apple around, because then he'll AoE, but then I don't have a, yeah, no.
Zork, I don't think
And
he
this
was
is the
using that
R9 tier,
special
too.
because everything was about to be dispelled. So it would have gone away anyways.
And then there's not really a good reason to hold the Tarkin AoE as well, because, oh hey, look at Order 66. This is more than usually happens. What's going on here? What did I do differently? Then he'll do that move to rip it off.
And you're up to 53 now. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I got that one. Oh wait, no, I didn't want to kill him, right? Go after someone else for now. You know what? We're gonna make something silly happen in a couple turns. Oh, I could have. All right, we'll see what happens here. Yeah, like that. And I mean, sure, we'll move on. Okay, but then, yeah, the stacks reset, unfortunately. That's the big dilemma. If they kept the stacks wave to wave, that would be so cool. But nope, we don't get cool things here. Anyway. Then, looking at turns here, what should happen is I've got enough stuff here that I can just get to the second guy and keep
And reset
it.
execute.
Yep. And there it is. And then since it's reset again, okay, just
What lowers that a lot? Is it them throwing the AoE?
whenever they crit you, they lower execute. Yeah, so the AoEs are obviously just prohibitive.
Is there a reason why you're not using the buffs? Is it just not worth the turn?
You talking about this guy right here?
Either of them.
Oh yeah, okay. So this guy, honestly, I don't really do anything with it. I mean, obviously it's more damage, but I don't see it changing too much. And then this guy increases execute stacks, and I've been fine.
Okay, so that's more of a break in case of use.
Right. It depends. Yeah, it depends on the team that it gets used for. So there's that, and then that's the whole thing. Voila. There's Tarkin points.
Cool.
So I was trying. Yep. I was. We can jump down to the R8 tier. So the difference there is I don't get as many. I don't get the stacks when I inflict Order 66, which, as you might guess, changes the game quite a bit. And you can just see that here real quick. I'm not necessarily keen on trying to solve that right now. There's stuff.
So this in theory is supposed to be harder because you don't have the R9 bonus.
Yeah, because that stacks of stuff is gonna. Oh, and yeah, Oof. And they're going to be another AoE, and
Wow, they just
really
murdered
close.
you.
Oh yeah.
Is there? I mean, I
Maybe
guess I
those
can look
were
at
nice
my
to
game.
me.
Is there anything else that's changing that interaction? Azizla, we already did. C Malik beat him pretty easily.
The other thing we can try is, because I do have to worry about the execute stacks, I can just go in on this Fox guy here and just make sure that he never gets to do anything, which, as you can see, we're really close to killing him. And we will get the kill here. Cool. Yeah. But oof. And that's it. Like what would happen previously, that wouldn't actually happen, because the Order 66 here would have handed him. Yeah, so
Yeah, the level
That's the
9
idea.
bonus for our clones looks pretty important.
yeah.
Yeah, they've definitely done a good job of rewarding you for taking the tunes to a higher relic tier.
Isn't this what they did with Tuscans too? It was like Tuscans either need to be at like R5 or R8. Like anything else sucks.
Oh god, that's a long
Taking
time
the
ago
Relic
now.
7. So Relic 5,
rings
they
a
were
bell.
awful. Yeah, it was Relic 5, they were
It was
awful.
7.
7 and 8, they were suddenly perfect.
Oh, okay, so it was gear 12 in R7.
Yep.
Like you
So
either,
you can
you
see I
either
can get
move
the
with them or
second
you
one.
don't.
As you might guess, we should probably have little issue getting this tier done. Off all the buffs again. Kind of. I wouldn't say so, because they're giving us 6 betting. Just close.
Yeah, daily deals were
Oh,
nice to me.
yeah. Nope. Look at
I've
and
got
yeah,
Depa Zeta now.
nice.
So we'll
Yeah.
see. We can
And
try
so
and do 3-man live here. Figure it out, because I don't know what I'm doing.
yeah. No problem. And yeah, I mean, that's just such a fractional score. And all
I
my
mean,
guys are gonna
you're almost
start
there.
halfway. Woohoo. Hit the summit. Oh, so sad. All right. I mean, that's the idea. I'm not keen on trying that again. I'll let somebody else put together the magic of that guy. But we can look at Mace now instead. Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, whichever you want to do. I have the full team, so I can do the 3-man, 4-man, and a full 5.
at the
with Mace.
yeah. If you want to jump on steal the screen share, we can jump over to you to do the Mace team.
So yeah, I have my mods situated for 3-man right now, so I don't know how impactful it would be. I think I'd probably need to touch up. Yeah, I'd need to touch up Ayla a little bit, because you want to. This is the weird thing. So for the 3-man, you actually want to mod Temple Guard apparently for speed. Then in like a 4 or 5-man, you want him just pure bulk. So I actually didn't.
In the variations of modding for different amounts of teammates.
Yeah. In general, I think from what I've seen, Mace and Depa are both pretty similar. You want them like 320, as hard hitting as you possibly can manage.
What's
And
the
same thing here?
logic behind using Temple Guard instead of Ayla?
For the 3-man, my understanding is that he is more useful for multi-tap basics, for the ability blocks, the little bit of healing as well. Being an actual tank, he helps to make things a little bit more consistent.
Okay.
And Ayla doesn't have any of those things. I think there's some theories that maybe you can swap them.
Because
I'm
I've
not
seen
confident in that.
3-mans with both using the Beck lead and Mace lead, but they're each using different tunes to get 2 3-man R9 maxes.
Yeah. So Ayla is going with Beck because she has the assist calls. At that point, you're using Jocasta with Beck, and so having the extra damage from calling Jocasta is important. And that doesn't matter as much here. That's my understanding. So yeah, I mean, again, I haven't run this 3-man yet, so we'll see how this goes. I mean, I've kind of just looked around with it. So you start off here. I do know this is how. Ooh, I didn't crit. There we go. Yeah, so that's how you want to start it off. Right. And then you can just get this. Probably just basic. That's annoying. Okay, actually no, I remember now. So you want to, I think it's with Depa you start with the AOE, and so then you like,
Rip off everything.
yeah. I think that's what it was that I saw. And then this gets this. Okay. Well, I guess I don't know how this works.
Hey, they look pretty beat up right now.
Yeah. This is gonna
Oh,
matter.
do we? Oh, we swatched screens, didn't we? There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about what I expected to have happen. Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of poking around with the 3-man here.
Yeah. Well, we want to, I'll get that temple guard up to 9 real quick and play alongside and see what I notice.
Okay. That works.
Yeah, what's one more, you know?
Yeah. I mean, he's a great relic 9 too. I don't really want to kill the Nightfall Trooper. I might just do this. Is this gonna bite me in the ass?
Give him LV slots. That seems appropriate for him.
It is. Okay.
Every time you say LV, I hear Elfie.
I feel like I want to go for Fox early. I mean, that's kind of what I was seeing with the 4-man for Mace, is that it really lives or dies by taking out Fox.
I mean, it makes sense. You effectively nullify the Underman just by having the that one thing ready.
So I think you want to dodge this ability block.
Good luck. There's no shot, right?
Unless
They
you
have
have all the tenacity in the world.
There's not enough, right?
Yeah, I don't
The
really think
stacking.
so.
Yeah, because they have all the accuracy and potency that they need. I don't know
yeah,
if you
forget
have
it.
a reliable. Yeah.
Well,
fortunately, we can not live under the assumption that the successful runs may not manage the ability block, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought I remember seeing that the opening like bit here is you kill Fox like here, and then Temple Guard. Oh, that must be it. Wait, I wonder if are my Depa's mods? I bet I probably need more offense on her. Okay, do I have a spare, like, good offense primary mod? I do. Look at that. 11.3. 315 is 335. That's still faster. So that's good. Let's see here. Everyone's
okay,
favorite
you just
mod
have to speed up the Temple Guard to go before the other stuff happens. Obviously.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna also try an offense arrow on Depa. I figure that can't hurt. Oh, I'm like 2 speed too slow. Fun. Okay. Joy. That's cool. Like a 28 or something, right? Like it's a 325. Okay. This is unfortunate. Oh, okay. That would do it.
I got you covered. You ready?
Oh yeah, you're making
We'll
that
see.
work.
Yeah, almost. It was almost working, and then Mace died
Fun.
to the what's their names? The disguised clone trooper AoEs. I'm still sharing, right? If you want to switch
Yeah,
back
you
and
are.
forth this week. Cool.
You can multi-stream too. You can watch two people at once. Okay, mods no longer trash.
Oof.
That's rough.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think it's
then
the middle to get the kill.
I'm landing the buff immunity. A stupid full man.
How mad is CG going to be if people are able to max this raid without touching pirates entirely?
Already can. That's the
Yeah.
Raid's canceled. Everybody go home.
All right, Naboo for another year, everyone.
Yay!
Yay.
So, because
See,
if this team can max
I get
it,
okay.
the Kelleron Beck team can max it. Clones can max it. Bad Batch, I'm assuming, can max it as well. What's left? I mean that alone would get you to max box, right? Those 4 teams at R9.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
that'd be
cool.
what 3.6
That's 14, right?
Yep.
14.4.
Over 14, yeah.
I mean,
It's
you get
14.4, and then
Look at that.
so assuming you could get all 50 guildmates to do all those teams, that would equate to 720 million, which, yeah, why not?
Well, that's what I'm
Well
curious
above what you
about too.
need.
Is like, even if this is possible, how difficult is
Gotta
it?
shoot, I'm
Like,
dumb.
because I don't know. Do you guys remember the very beginning of the Naboo raid when Queen Amidala, Pow, and Qui-Gon Jinn, like that trio was going around, and like it was kind of assumed that would be like a very easy feat to max,
Yeah.
and then it
But
wasn't.
I mean, I stand by that still. So there's that.
I mean, but also the ability to get those sort of scores, more immediately and not have to wait 3 months, presumably, for all these marquee characters, and you're waiting longer for Maz because she wouldn't be out until October, right? I think I'm right in saying. So, and granted, it's a unique situation. With the tune still coming out, but the more you can do sooner, the better it is for your guild.
I'm kind of getting something going here a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe.
deciding
Maybe.
who I want
Don't
my
forget.
second kill to
Don't
be. I
forget.
think I'm gonna go for
Vault.
Apple.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of looking at doing here too. I'm eyeing up just taking out the two outsides.
Yeah, I worry that we're just at the mercy of the debuff landing RNG, the healing immunity and offense sound from the disguised troopers. So that's killing me here.
100%.
Yeah. So it's this.
My
Ooh.
mace disappeared.
So it's this or Vegas.
Yeah. Let's go gambling.
Yeah, it's definitely it's got to be Oppo second. That because you can't kill the disguise before their AoEs happen, but you can kill Oppo, I bet, before his AoE happens. Let's find out.
What are you doing for Mace's first turn?
I don't want all the retributions, so I'm almost thinking just middle on Oppo.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, it's not great, but that little bit of speed up in that moment would be great.
Yeah.
Is honestly all I got.
Okay.
Maybe it's nice dodge.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, this team is looking kind of annoying.
Well, let me see something here. Where was I
And the fact that you
posting
can just
stuff?
completely murder Fox in the first turn, though.
It's really cool.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. It
Oh, hey.
when I saw that, when I was like learning the 4-man, I was like, that's pretty nice. And in fact, in the 4-man, I start by just dumping Mace's first turn into the, attack, but I figure that's kind of not that smart an idea when there's only 3 of them.
Yeah.
Mace just doesn't tank the AoEs well, despite the taunt being up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's not up now.
Well, there it is.
Kill it? Damn it.
He just it's almost like, I don't know, you have to time his. Now he's got fucked up stuff.
This is good.
Okay. Oh, this sucks. I'm honestly just gonna do this. Stalling a little bit, perhaps. Thank you. Oh, yeah, nice. Okay. All right, that's 1 Jedi down. I'm actually doing something here, I think. Oh, okay.
Until
Ooh.
you know, I think we
I
found
think
the
the
issue.
game became sentient for just a moment and said, "Okay, he said that, so we're gonna throw a curveball."
I'm gonna clip that.
No, it's fine.
Why you don't
Everything is
anchor the AI?
everything's fine.
I don't think this is worth it.
I
It-
would be inclined to agree.
I don't know. Let's see.
not-
What is the other? What's the Beck lead 3-man Jocasta Ayla look like? Like, is it as difficult as this, or is that
Yeah, do
more
you have to do 2
achievable?
garbage
I've heard
runs?
that it's like super easy.
Yeah. I'm not
I
So,
don't have to
so
know
the
it's
Beck lead
9.
3-man is easier than this then. Okay, well that's
Yes,
something.
absolutely.
All right. It's funny, new legendary tune, but okay. It's a good thing for Beck then because
Yeah.
that makes it a little bit more accessible.
I mean, I don't have them at Relic 9, but there's no effect. I would have to remod
Say
them. I don't wanna
mine
do
mine
that.
got trampled at Relic 7. Is there
There is the Relic 8 bonus. Whenever Jedi Vanguard defeats an enemy, add a stack of Execute to Lord Vader. That is crucial.
Well,
You
also
need that. 100%.
Jocasta's giving, what is it, crit immunity, and doesn't that completely stop their executes?
That does help stop
A
the
lot,
execute.
yeah.
Yeah, because they do still drop it when they take turns. But they get extra drops if they crit. So
That might
There's
actually
that.
be worth noting then if R8 is the line there.
R8 is definitely the line for like all the Jedi Vanguard teams. They really are helped out a lot by that. Anyway, here I can show off this at least. There's the 4-man, which in my opinion is like way easier.
Well, isn't Ayla just
Yeah.
like a stat boost on a stick?
Yeah. Yeah, Ayla does some nice stuff here.
Well, it's that new Zeta, right?
No, the Zeta doesn't do anything actually.
Oh, right, because the whole GL
Zeta
thing.
is a GL clause. But it's just adding the extra damage because she calls an attacker to assist whenever she uses a special, right? So, kind of the inherent randomness in her basic, right? She has a chance to call a random ally to assist. That's just gone. If you use a special, she always calls an attacker. And so she's always going to get that high damage out. Right. It's pretty useful.
Alrighty. Well, as much as I'd love to say, I have to dip and get back to packing for a camping trip I'm taking this weekend.
Nice.
All right, thanks for
so-
stopping by, bro.
Yeah, I'll see if I can hop in later. But no promises. Y'all have fun. Kedar, I'll be in touch later.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Yeah, boy. Okay, never mind. Why am I at relegate again? Annoying.
you know, you want to look at my screen real quick.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Are we gonna? Is it gonna happen?
Oh,
Get rid of. Sick.
nice.
So what was the secret sauce there, do you think?
Luck. Don't die on the first wave. That's all I got. And I mean, yeah, we'll try. We can try it again, but yeah, it's I don't know. The only difference I know, like modding wise, is I moved offense arrows to the two attackers here.
Which I already have. So
Yeah.
that's
and then
great.
I mean, yeah. So numbers I'm putting up are go on.
I'm back into the 3-man now.
Yeah.
That's all I was starting
So
to
I'm
say.
on 11-3 on Mace and 10-5 on Depa.
Oh,
which are
I'm way higher than yours. Damn. Yeah, I'm at like
Speeds?
12-3
What
on
are you-
Mate. Here.
what
let
kind of
me-
speeds are you
I'll-
putting up?
I'll just back out. My Mace is 320 and 12-2.
Yeah, you've put way better mods on them than I have
And then
on right now.
Depa's 315 and 11-3.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll try this again. But
And then my Temple Guard is just, random, like
Just-
just barely above 325.
Oh.
Because I did test,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can say, at Relic 9, Fox is 325 speed without the
Yeah.
debuff
Yeah.
doubling
Yep,
shenanigans.
makes sense. Oh, hey, no
So-
crit there. So yeah, so Fox has to die turn 1. Yeah, because I have Temple Guard 324, I think. Not on purpose, just put LV mods on it.
This part's so ugly.
But it's do that, and then Mace's first turn. It was definitely the middle, because the third you want to save for when. Oh, and the other thing is counter attack chance RNG. They hit Depa and she hits back to kill. Definitely is a run determiner. Yeah, and then you apply that. Yeah, but too many hits on Mace is a big issue, especially when they get kind of low like that is not good. Stealth Mace what we can. Yeah, and like right there. Something like that. And then this is gonna get stunned, which is fine, honestly.
Checking to see who had the AoE up.
Yeah. Well, darn it. I was hoping he could get the stun. It's fine.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I see that now.
I think I mean, I know they're kind of against it in general, but I think I know why they did the extra stacks for undermans, because if the opponent has less enemies they can crit with an AoE, it almost gives you an advantage for undersizing.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
So that's that one. Unfortunately. So we've got that, and I think this will be a good time to throw that. Oh, and he's cooked. Yeah, bummer. Yeah, and I'm out of Mace, so I'm gonna say this. Yeah, so the double AoE. I think I played around too long on the first wave. That definitely didn't help me. I should have just let it be and not let the other one get the AoE out.
That offense down is annoying.
Yep. Oh goodness.
Can I land turn meter removal?
I think CG takes away an offense from every team that I use every time I use him. protection modding to minimize the exposed damage. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure. Should have used the other thing.
Ah, shoot. I got greedy. Bit me in the ass.
Happens to all of us. Get him out. Good. Immune to stun. Mace is full. Let's just take that. Alright. And there it is. Just
Oh. Okay, look at that.
it's good. So those two guys. Unfortunately, this guy's gonna have mace.
Okay. This is not bad. I think.
really
I figured it out at this point.
Yeah, no, it's gonna get you everything.
Okay. Look at that.
Nice.
Now, do I want to submit this? I kind of feel like I do.
No, I mean, I think
Eh.
okay, so it's got a couple of
I have more
not
days to
wonderful
figure it out.
RNGs, but
Yeah, this is definitely workable.
yeah, like the biggest thing for me is putting Mace under, and if Mace is low and the Disguised Clone Trooper is gonna pop another AoE, just end the wave, don't try and kill him. Just move on with your day. Is the difference maker for me.
Yeah. Pariah made it sound really bad. I got scared.
Yeah.
This is not awful.
Yeah, I bet there's gonna be modding checks for everything, I imagine.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I mean, my
modding,
mods here are
turn
pretty solid.
order,
So like,
cooldowns
I
and
mean, I
such.
do think at a certain point it is just RNG on this team, which is wonderful.
But I am coming up on the third consecutive, I think. We'll see. My Mace is still alive. I just need to kill one more Disguised Clone Trooper. All right. Yeah, we're good.
So Harry Prince, this is actually two different accounts that I'm swapping back between And I think you showed your mods at one point, right?
I did. I don't know about.
I can show mine. Yeah, here. Let me undo this and I'll pop them up. Yeah, but that's 3 in a row now. Yeah. So 310 speed, 10-3 offense. The main points there, really. And Depa, 302 speed, 10-5 offense.
It's frustrating.
Damage triangles.
God damn it. Okay.
And then Temple Guard, 324 speed. I don't know. It's just my LB mods. That's where they went. So
Yeah, and then for me, do I have crit damage triangles? No, I have offense triangles. That's
I feel less bad.
yeah, I mean at least on the mace. I know on Depa I have a crit damage triangle.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, mace has an offense triangle because I feel like I don't see him crit that much. They have enough crit avoidance. I feel like just getting the higher offense out of him is a little bit better. I don't know though. And then yeah, so he's at 323, 12-2 physical. Depa's 315, 11-3 physical, and then yeah, my Temple Guard is pretty much just Lord Vader mods more or less. I sure hope I don't regret not submitting that 3.6.
No, you're good. I mean, yeah. Like I said, I just ran it 3 in a row and they won,
Yeah.
so I feel okay doing that one.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing is since they're so short, the only team I feel bad doing is the Bad Batch. Oh yeah, I can load up those mods right now,
Really good.
and whenever we're done showcasing this guy, I can jump over to that, and I can just round out what I have to offer to Calvin Stream.
Yeah, I mean, this is my only claim to fame. I guess I could have shown off the 4-man, but eh. Do I want to greed this kill? I think I've got time.
Yeah, you're good. The only time you wouldn't want to greed is the disguised, I feel.
Okay. This is a cleanse, right? On Mace. Why did I think it was?
No, Mace's third is the cleanse, isn't it?
I think I could have sworn I remember him assisting off of this middle special at some point when he was stunned. I don't know. I'll just do this. That was kind of stupid.
Yeah, I really like putting Mace under stealth.
Yeah, it's solid. Yeah, let's greed a kill again. Yeah, this is not that bad. There we go.
I like how quickly it went from, oh, this is not going to do anything, to, oh, it's fine.
Yeah. You figure it out. You're like, hey, it's easy.
Yeah.
If you already know what you're doing.
Have you tried just
how
doing
hard
it,
could it be?
and not doing it?
Yeah.
Have you tried hitting all the buttons?
Exactly in the right order. Every single time. Ooh, do I get to skip the annoying little enrage phase? If I stall?
You can get it.
I do indeed. Look at that.
Easy money.
Okay. This is kind of fun.
Yeah.
Okay, well that means I guess
Is the
on the
Kelleron
agenda-
Beck 3-man just really easy money?
that's what I hear.
I'd be interested to see that one as
which
well.
in fact means that, you know, this guy's on my to-do list.
Oh, and you have
Very soon.
yeah. What is it? It's Beck, Jocasta, Ayla.
Yep. And from what I hear, Ayla's not actually strictly required. It's just that, you know, that's the one some people had.
Mhm.
So yeah. That just works. That makes me feel a little bit sad about R8ing my Barris today, but I mean, it's not like that's a bad relic. That's hardly
some
as
health.
bad.
Give her some health, put her under Ray. Just let the
Yeah,
chaos.
no, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm just, if we're looking, I mean, I kind of have these guys still.
Hey, if this is a bad raid team, you never know. Just don't.
Hey, I just don't invest in the bad batch. I mean, I'm already getting 10 million points if I relic 9 them at this point. Assuming I can get the clones to work, which so far has been annoying and not working that great.
At the R8 tier?
R8.
Okay, got it. Yeah. I did one battle of it. I was like, I don't like this.
Yeah, I have a couple of guildmates who maxed at R8, so I know it's possible.
Okay.
I will do it. It's just like,
honing in what's needed for it. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking at 10 million points on day 1. That's not bad. All right. Yeah. So, Calvin, is there anything else you really want to see?
Just the color on back team.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, are like the Relic 9 3-man thing?
Yes.
Or what? Okay. I can do the Relic 8 3-man because I mean, there's no bonuses directly for those. So in theory, I guess it should work. So if I just mod.
Oh yeah, it is just mace specifically for the 9, right?
It's literally just Relic 9 mace bonus. So
yeah,
in theory, this should be something that I can replicate at Relic 8 still while I wait the next couple days. I need that one. I don't need that. And there we go. Jocasta, Ayla. That's probably fine. And she's just doing support stuff. I mean, if she's not important, supposedly, then like
everyone knows you have to mod them to simulate R8 stats. Otherwise it's an invalid run.
Okay. Yeah. How would I do that?
Just take away 20k protection. I don't know.
Sure. Does she even get that much? Isn't it only?
I don't know how it works.
Okay. Surely this is how you want to start off. That's maybe a little worse for this team.
Oh, Jocasta faster to rip it off, obviously.
GG.
Easier, you say?
Sure.
Just hope Ayla gets Order 66, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, presumably. Come on. This is going great. Okay, now I'm curious. What the hell? Okay, yeah, Pariah's over there saying no matter what, somebody dies by the end of the first round of attacks from the clones, so it doesn't matter who this third person is because they need to die. That's chill. Over here. Hit Ayla. Hit Ayla. How do you not... I wonder if you need to open with just like back second special rather than the mass assist so you eat less counterattacks from...
I mean, can you do Jocasta over back in speed?
Probably. Let's see. How would I go about doing that? He's 3. Oh, no, you can't. There is no shot that happens.
Why not?
Kelleran back hero bonus.
Oh, I see. Good call.
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna get them to outspeed because you'd have to have Kelleran like 100 speed in order for Jocasta to stand a chance.
If anyone cared, I was able to get Enfys Nest with a full 300,000 by putting on a crit avoidance arrow.
Nice.
Right.
That's pretty cool. Right. Kill Ayla. Kill. Nope. Kill Ayla.
Hey, the elusive. Everyone survives, man.
Well, except for him.
Except for that.
Okay, this is strange. I don't know what's up here. I mean, if this is a Relic 9 only thing, then I'm really confused as to why.
It wouldn't make any sense, right?
It wouldn't. Like there's
No.
literally zero difference, except for strictly speaking that it's actually harder.
Mhm.
Because I get the extra 20%. Thanks.
Yeah. Guy in my guild is running this as well, and he's got like way speedy, like 340 Beck, almost 360 Jocasta, 328 Ayla is what he's going for right now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Uh,
Still, pretty typical offense crit damage, on the
Yeah.
relevant units.
Pariah got it to work with 305 Beck, 313 Jocasta.
Okay. I'm just relaying.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know. I guess I can just keep beating my head in this wall. I feel like this is the correct opening, at least. Just avoiding that damage. You are the wrong guy.
Wait.
Yes. No. Okay, this team sucks. Beck is great at all other relic tiers if you use a full team at least. So there's that.
Would you like to play a game real quick?
Sure.
My Jocasta's outspeeding my Beck right now.
Huh? Oh, right, because she's gonna get the 20% turn meter from deflective ward from the foresight.
I knew that.
I'm dumb.
I was like, wait a second, I ran this earlier. I definitely just went and quickly did a little poke on Fox and then mass assisted him out.
Yeah, okay. So slow Beck down, actually.
Speed Jocasta up,
And
actually.
speed Jocasta up. Yeah.
Just the one.
I mean, because I'm just thinking, like, he doesn't need to be all the way into, like, the 330s if we're trying to get him to outspeed and keep Jocasta with an offense set, right? So, um... no. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Okay. Then, ooh, breaking 15k offense on Jocasta is not bad either. Oh, I broke a set. Crit chance with offense. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah. There we go. That's still not killing, but like it's something. Oh, it
okay.
did kill. Hey, look
There
at
you go.
that. There we go. That's progress. There's something here. Now Ayla needs to die. I mean, I guess this works too. This doesn't work anymore. Please? Just like work? Jocasta solo? Jocasta's not soloing. That's annoying. It's all just down to Order 66 RNG. That's really
Yeah.
frustrating.
Yeah, because I just ran the full man and I lost 2 people, and I'm just
Yeah, no, full man
I
is
don't
cool.
care.
Full man
Yeah, I
is
was like, I don't
so
care.
easy.
Yeah. If you want to go all the way to R9,
Which
you
I
can,
do.
I
That's
guess.
why I'm
It's
trying to figure this out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if functionally it's the same exact fight, that's something to just know. Just- So I'm in a fun little loop where the only way to dispel the stealth from the clone trooper is to use Jacosta's special.
Oh,
But Jacosta's special, or she always goes right before disguised goes. So let's just not waste our time. You know, is it possible to stack up her protection so much that she has 10 million of it and will survive LV hits?
Oh. Probably not in the time frame, but it would be fun
Hey.
to try.
Hey, she just come on, just special basic, special basic. It'll work. They can't reduce their stacks.
Jocasta, survive. I believe in you. Oh, come on. Come on. Yeah. I'm winning. Okay. This seems kind of miserable. I hope at Relic 9 it's somehow just magically as easy as people were saying, because I would really, really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh,
if
so
it got
this,
easier than
yeah.
this, considering I'm doing all this at Relic 8, and I will have to do it again. Because it's not even like I can just like take the L and submit this. I want to get my Beck to Relic 9 in like the next couple days for this very raid. Oh,
Hey.
This is the start of a real attempt. I don't know why I did that. They're gonna get Jocasta stunned probably, and then I'm gonna be sad. Oh, right, the cooldown reduction. You suck. Jocasta solo?
Yeah, I honestly don't understand. I mean, if the possibility is at R9, why is this?
It's not working at all.
Yeah.
Like, this is not coming close to working. So there's 2 possibilities here. Either people are overstating how easy it is, or I'm uniquely cursed.
Could be cursed.
You can never discount that possibility.
I mean, what essentially needs to happen for this to work? Like,
So
because
Ayla needs to die right at the beginning, and then you need to be able to convert Jocasta into some kills quickly once she goes rifle mode.
so you have a
without
66%
getting
chance
too
of
much.
failure just on that one thing alone.
Yes.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. And in fact, this is why the 5-man is so easy. You bring somebody, and yeah, somebody gets taken out immediately. Like, they get murked instantly, but then there's 4 more people, and it's so unlikely to be Beck or Jocasta that you're fine. Or sometimes that happens, and then you just live anyway.
So this team is
Which,
probably
sure.
really Kelleron, Beck, and Jocasta, and you
And
just
then
need a third
extras.
there to eat the Order 66.
Yes, exactly. So in fact, Pariah ran it with Barris. And just made that work. don't want to eat the stun.
Well, this looks like it's going somewhere.
Maybe.
That doesn't.
I
Does
mean,
that
here,
cleanse?
this is not a cleanse, but this will attack 4 times. Okay, this will attack 3 times. And the Jocasta dies immediately because she's stunned. Okay, so here's the notes I'm realizing. You cannot, under any circumstances, use Beck's second special unless Jocasta is stunned. You need that thing to save her. There's also that potential failure point that if you just don't crit hard enough or do enough damage in this little bit, you're kind of screwed. But that's not as common a problem, it looks like. See, that's the ideal situation, actually. This is perfect. Ayla survived a little bit extra time, so she got something off. There's extra, like, stuns, and Jocasta's just dead immediately. Wahoo. Surely she just, like, lives?
Can they just
Withdraw
not drop
luck?
Order 66? Or are they just stuck with it?
It's like, ooh, why did that not kill? It's 2 turns.
Oh, so this will be good.
So this is the most it's worked yet so far, I would say. Do I want to take out the disguised clone?
I mean, if you can kill him, definitely, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because then I get the triple? No. Only a double tap. Honestly, yeah, I kind of like this, honestly, in this moment. Just do that, give some...
You know, I'm starting to wonder if the Nightfall Troopers are a trap. If they're around,
like-
just ignore them.
Yeah. I could see that.
They don't do enough damage nor crit enough to be relevant.
Yeah, because I think their basic has some remove execute stuff, but yeah, if they just cause you to just waste a turn because that you get stunned on them getting dead, I find that I just am getting more inconvenienced by dealing with it.
So I'm just gonna heal up.
Keller on Bex deals no damage on his basic. You might as well just reduce the timer.
Oh, that's gonna kill. Interesting. So is something happening right now? I feel like something's kind of happening. Do I want to set? I have time, I think.
I mean, is there any your only dispel is using your big hit to hold the stealth? Is it worth it though? Because the way that the turn is. Yeah. What if you just use it? Well, next turn maybe. Let Beck use it, and then the disguised will come around. The other one that just was alive, and you can zap them. I don't know.
I mean, this is final. This would go in rage. So, I feel like...
Oh, I see what you're saying. Got it.
So I'm saying, do I want to greed for the points or just... I think I'm going to just send it. I think this works, right? Because now, I'm at 2.4. I get a couple hits off. I think Beck still has Savior.
Actually, it's funny. You would have... You could have definitely... Okay, I didn't realize it was the...
Yeah, I feel
kill the other Nightfall, but not...
Yeah, see, I get the Savior... And I get Jocasta's thing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so that team is pretty forgiving on the final damage.
All right, now just R9 him and do it again.
Yeah. Soon.
Not gonna lie, that did seem awful though, because I mean, you have the pure Ayla getting killed in the beginning, and then even after that, it's not like Although I think once you get past the first wave, it's fine, which I think is just gonna be the whole theme for this raid.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
kind of how I'm feeling too. So yeah, I mean, this is where my day one is kind of ending up, right? Is that I'm looking at 3.6 for Mace, 3.6 for Beck, 2.7 for Tarkin, and I mean, this is just the stuff I had laying around, more or less already on day one. So
That is a nice ending point.
yeah, I mean, this is a day one. I'm already getting probably, I mean, because these guys are gonna do something probably, you know.
Mhm.
So how
So
important do you think that R8 bonus was? Because we tried this a little bit of R5, but I'm not sure if I
oh,
understood
it's
all the nuance of it.
Yeah. The
absolutely
for sure.
crucial. Absolutely, you could not do anything without it.
Yeah.
Because getting the extra stacks of execute on a kill changed the game. That was everything. But yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean, this is the thing though. I don't have Bad Batch, geared in any way. Granted, I'm not exactly normal. I'm not the average player here, but I'm gonna walk away with probably enough points for a max box average on day one. That's way better than I was expecting, honestly.
Oh yeah, no, the fact that you could split the vanguards into two R9 teams. And for myself, I have all the vanguards on R9. I've got the clones on Tarkin at R9. So I've got that right there for me is going to be 3.7 or 3.6 teams.
Mm-hmm.
That's before I even look at a Bad Batch for myself.
Yeah. And then yeah, I mean there's Enfys. She exists.
Yeah, she's there, you know.
She does
You can
something. I mean,
you can
no,
spin her
really, just
around in the preview screen.
we gotta. I mean, no, she can get 300K by herself, so that's something. That
Hey,
That's true.
we got
That's not to be discounted.
we got a relic 9 this bitch, so
yeah.
maybe he helps.
Yeah, you can lock in, somebody. If only all of these teams weren't so faction locked, you could throw Hondo in for like
What was it?
sneaky get rid
Yeah,
of Akko.
relic 9. So
Yeah. Oh boy.
sure.
Wait, Relic 3 Athano?
Yeah, it's
Didn't
3
it say
now.
5 in the kit
It did
review?
say
Alright,
5.
whatever. Oh,
It did in
nice.
fact, and now it says 3, and that's the one
Yeah.
in the game. So
Yep, doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't.
sure. Okay, well, that feels productive.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like I got some good data for where I'm at right now. I think 4 million is going to be probably the comfortable level for, I guess free to play.
Yeah.
Cool. Alrighty, so I think we're about done here. You
Yeah.
ready to play
I
your
feel like
GAC then, Calvin? What do
Oh
you
my
think?
gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, for anyone who was here earlier when Meat had mentioned giveaways, we're gonna save those for Friday. There's no way I'm gonna be able to make videos on this tonight, do GAC, and do this, but this is good. Friday will be the normal stream time, so 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Do you guys' audio cut out?
Nope, you're coming in.
Okay. But thank you guys very much for showcasing a lot of the stuff. And for essentially giving me Meathead. And EBC, that was cool too.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have the CG people show up.
I always like when they let us pick their brain about some things. It's cool to meet the people behind, like, who are actually creating characters too.
Hmm. And that was a fun little behind the scenes like we got.
Right, I think I'm gonna drop off now then. But thank you guys again.
Yeah, of
Yep.
course.
Yeah,
Cool to see
thanks
where
as
everything
always for
stands.
showing the stuff on the raid server. We always enjoy it.
Oh, you got it. See you guys.
See
Have a
you.
good one.
All right, we'll fix the stream now. All right, that was cool. Yeah, you got it, Luis. I'm kind of organizing. I've been doing some of my own organizing here in the background. Oh, Luis, thank you for the 500 biddies. Still running GACs tonight. I mean, I might as well. I might as well. So let's do. So anyone who didn't watch the full 4 hours up until now, and want to know where things are at for my account, aka free to play, I guess maybe minus the Apocron. Enfys Nest can max the first tier. One of the things that is important to be able to do that consistently is a crit avoidance arrow. They decrease the stack of execute every single time they can crit her, and their crit chance actually isn't that high at tier 0. So after slapping that on, I was able to max the first tier, so that was cool. This team, it's honestly garbage, but the modifiers are so low on that first tier, they can pretty easily get through it. I actually did it without even mods on some of these because I didn't feel like switching back. So that's very doable, and that saves a lot of the premium Jedi that most of us have at higher relic levels for our Kelleron Beck team that'll get much better. So those two should be able to get 300k easy. This one, this is probably not great to showcase as free to play because Oppo's only been really farmable for about 2 weeks. But at any rate, I'm guessing this team right here is probably going to be able to get 300k as well, just because I have them all at 5 stars. And realistically, this is the one that's going to become the most accessible for people now that these characters are finally going farmable. Bad Batch pretty easily get the 100 and I worded that wrong. Get the 1,000,000.2. They pretty easily get that. I did have to take Crosshair and Wrecker up to R, or not Wrecker, and Batcher up to R7. I didn't have the amount of damage I needed in the very beginning to be able to get everyone out. I really think this one is going to struggle until you get to R9. I don't know if R7 or R8 is going to be the right investment for that, at least from what I saw, because the bonuses for them are pretty limited. Yeah, that's true. Bad Batch, but even then, it probably gets worse for Bad Batch, right? Jocasta, if she's on the team, they were able to get 100k. Without Jocasta, they were able to get 200, which honestly, both of those seemed pretty respectable. And then I'll put in the honorable mention for here for if you're willing to take the trio up to R8 or R9, they can get that final one. But honestly, that looked, while they were able to pull it off, just the RNG of Ayla having to be Order 66 in the beginning, and there's a 66%, funnily enough, 66% chance of that happening. That did not look fun. On top of other things, on top of being modded really well. But at the end of the day, it should still be doable. Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to do 800, or not. I have no idea where I pulled that number out of. I think I'm going to be able to do 4 million. I think most free-to-play will probably, it depends on if you have Jocasta or not. I think most free-to-play will probably be able to get 300 scores between a 5-star Tarkin team, this crap, Nest, and then Bad Batch. 4 million is going to be hard. Because even if you have Jocasta and you can get this, yeah, this is going to be hard. And I really don't think Nest can perform better. Who do I have left? I'm curious. Who do I have left that is not a used requirement right now for Order 66? Yeah, it's pretty much all unleveled characters. It's not great. I do have to go to the bathroom, though. I've been sitting here for the last 4 hours. So we will get back to GAC. I'll leave that screen up. I'll probably try to do it a little bit faster than normal, but we'll see how it goes. I kind of liked this song. So I'll be right back.
stars were calm, the force was still. The young ones slept on Coruscant's hill, but thunder came with sabers red, and echoes filled the halls with dread. The troopers turned with empty eyes, no warning, only cold replies. Our brothers once, now faceless foes, as every Jedi temple closed. And we fell in the night, under starlight betrayed, by the ones we had led, by the ones we had made. In the silence they came, left the future in flame. Now the order is gone, only ashes remain. The children ran, the doors gave way, no mercy shone that fateful day. He walked the path we could not see, the chosen one lost to the sea. How did it end like this so fast? 1,000 years undone so vast. The Clone Wars and a darker birth, a shadow claimed the light of worth. And we fell in the night, under starlight betrayed, by the blade of a friend. In the mass they obey, no goodbye, no last stand.
Harry, the name of the song is Echoes Across the Stars. All right, it's GAC time now. Let's get into the thick of it here. So what do we got? The bottom wall, this looks pretty straightforward. We've got Ahsoka with Ezra in here, so let's just go ahead and pony up with Leia. Knock this out real quick. Our good friends Drogan and R2. GM's Taunt Ignore bugged, and so is Marin's Omicron TM. Ugh. That doesn't sound great. Thanks for the heads up, though. All right, so this match has been slightly more challenging ever since I lost the critical damage. Ever since I lost my really good critical damage datacron, but it's definitely not impossible. So we should still be fine. Let's go ahead and get Leia going here. All right, so let's do crit damage, light side. Honestly, I think this one's good enough. Like, we'll just take that. All right, so we're gonna strip turn meter on Drogan, get some more offense going here. We're still gonna shield her. You can't hear me on YouTube? You should be able to. Alright. Honestly, we'll put that over there because what's his face is probably about to be one shot here. Alright, Brap. Yeah, that's what happens when they don't have any defense on the Kron. He just dies. Alright, let's do that. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, it might be, you might be behind Zork. I don't know. Might have something else open. I'm not sure. Everything looks fine on my side. Yeah. Yeah, this, honestly, this is, I think this fight is only even remotely difficult. They have a defense, Kron, which this one did not. Oh, she's gonna get ult. Oh, no, she's not. She's gonna die. All right, good job, Lamb. All right, so that was good. I'm pretty sure that Sidious obliterates this, and I really don't know what else works. So we're just gonna run that. Go get him, Sidious. Yeah, it's fine. Don't die. You guys could, like, counter? That would be great. There we go. Alright, hopefully we stacked up enough crit damage for our health steal to really do something for us. This honestly might be a full auto. I'm not really doing anything different here. I don't think we're going to be able to get him with dots. We're probably going to have to kill him the old-fashioned way. Which, again, we do stack damage here every time we crit, so that's pretty cool for us. What cron do they have? Got some defense, got some crit damage, got some health steal. He doesn't really stun, or at least doesn't stun me. Oh, dispelling. Oh, this might be bait. I don't know if we're actually gonna be able to kill him. I think we're killing Disguise Clone. Oh, he's just never gonna use his AoE either because we're a single target. That's funny. Yeah, this might time out. The this level 6 right here, this dispel might just stop Sidious. Although Tarkin should still die to dots because he can't cleanse it. Yeah, with the skies closed gone now, they probably just die. Oh, also, we're on the wrong song for this team. Go back over here. It's okay, Sid, you can drag it out. We're getting to the song. There we go. Why is our basic doing so much more than the special? We're literally going from like 8,000 to 6,000. Or like 60,000. Is the damage modifier just that different? I think I'm going to keep AoEing for a minute just to build up my damage. And then once this gets towards the end, we'll probably switch to basics if we have to. Because the AoE is giving me more stacking damage, so I'm technically critting more times. Yeah. Now we can just basic. Nice. Armor ignore against Tarkin stacking defense because he's not doing an AoE. Alright, that was good. This is gonna be a mess. I really should put some more thought into this, but this is the counter. Hoda FTC helps immensely. Yeah, just get at it. Let's go ahead and put on our Kenobi song. All right, go get him, boyos. That's fine. I think we're still going to reduce the cooldowns. This match is probably going to go fast. I could early ult if I do it this way, though. That's fine. Swap back. Alright, so she's available for death now, so that's good. Oh, not if she's stunned. That's a 2-turn stun, but we should be able to snap her out of it. Because when we do this, this will take her out. I'm just going to hit Dre, even though we would like to ideally, we'd like to leap her. And I think JMK's fast enough that he'll probably go next. So there's that. Please don't stealth. And she stealthed. So that's a pretty big problem, actually. If I swap to Mace, she'll swap turn meter. If I swap to Mace, does Mace dispel even though he's stunned? Mace Windu. Mace Windu, unique ability. At the start of Mace turn, dispel stealth on all enemies. Okay, so if we swap to Mace, even though he's stunned, he'll dispel it. We'll be at full turn meter. She'll go, and we should just be able to leap. So I don't want to swap to JMK because JMK has no turn meter. If I swap to Mace, we'll pretty much get another turn right after she pulls herself out of stealth. Oh my gosh, she had that one on cool. Oh my gosh. Just back to back. How did she reduce her cooldowns? She just went into stealth. That only lasts one turn. We're gonna lose this now. Honestly, I'm just gonna take it. I mean, we're gonna have to. It's gonna take us so long to get back around. Yeah, that was garbage. Let's just call Hearn for damage at this point. Alright, she's dead. Alright, I think we're probably fine. I don't think he was able to stack enough. And I think we should just be able to ability block him now. So I'm gonna call in Mace to make sure we get the ability block. And then just die. Nice, okay. Yeah, so this is really what makes this work, and I mean what entirely makes this work is the Hodocron. Without the Hodocron, the win rate for this comp is 6%. Like 6%. 6 times out of 100, this would win. With the Datacron, it goes all the way up to 70. Tanner, did you have the Hoda Datacron? What other teams can counter DS Ray Datacron? It's either JMK Hoda or the Mirror if you're faster and just have the 2. Otherwise, it's pretty much impossible. All right, so we're gonna use Ufus here. I'm not sure what we're gonna use against Ray, but Ufus have to be used here. So we'll see how this goes. Seer Lead, Malicos, and then we'll just go pure, unadulterated Armor Pen. So this should just smash them. All right, we've got this match pretty well down. Start by the Dispel, a lot of buffs. It's good. Rocks first. Get our damage stacking there. Come on, Malicos to assist. Oh, do they not have the Omicron? Oh, no, they do. I was like, it looked like he could be targeted. Alright, killed that clone. Going back in on Lord Vader. Tire throw. Get closer to ultimate charge. See Bane. They cannot kill DS Ray. Not well, at least. The win rates are like 40% or something stupid. Alright. Hopefully we have that AoE Dispel coming up again. Alright, so he's gonna get ult. Do we go ship for the heal, or do we go big damage? Remember, this is amplified for every buff. They have a lot of buffs right now. I almost think the heal might be worth it, though. Big damage or big heal? I feel like this isn't going to be enough to actually kill. I probably should go for the longevity here. Oh, that's a lot of buffs. Oh, okay. Well, that kind of works. And Seer won't eat it because we still have the savior mechanic, right? Yeah. So now we pull the ship for banners. Beautiful. Full banners. Good job, Ufus. You did it. Yeah, so there's still several people, and I'm not, like, shaming anyone or anything. There's still several people asking about Dark Side Ray, like, what counters it, and it's bad. So if your opponent plays as a Supreme Lord Kylo Ren, Dark Side Ray, the Kron, like, these are the overall win rates. 12, 28, 17, 6, 2, 20, like, overall, it's just atrocious. See Bane, 16. Like, the only thing that I've been able to find that when you drill down into it actually works well, there's two counters. There's one, you use the mirror, but you have to be faster, so that's why it's so low. So if you're not faster, you will lose. The only other counter that I know of is JMK Cat, where you have the Hodocron, and then it jumps all the way up to 70%. Of these, the best is Mace, but the others kind of work too. So you have two options, JMK Hodocron or SOKR Mirror. Everything else gets absolutely obliterated. Alright, so now we have to beat Ray Ben, and we have no Star Killer. Does Queen Amidala do this? I've heard like people make comments about like Queen Amidala destroys Ray. I'm really hesitant with this though. I still have Bane left. Although Bane actually, one of the few things he doesn't work well against is Ray. You need credit. Oh, the support Datacron. Yeah, Queen Amidala does not look hot. If I exclude the support Kron, oh, it's at a 50% win rate. That's not good. It actually looks like JML was higher. JML, Cal, Giant Luke. Oh, that probably is the Luke. That probably is the Luke Kron though. It totally has the Luke Kron. That's not an option. I think even without support Kron, I think we're gonna have to do Queen Amidala. I don't think anything else really works well. Oh, Bane might. I could try Bane. It's really not his favorite matchup, but this does have some health. Man, all the dark side level 3 suck right now anyways. Honestly, I think I'm just going to take the stat Kron. Health, crit damage, and armor pen. He likes all of that. Alright. Do I want to take Set? So Bane doesn't eat a whirlwind? Doesn't look like it matters. Alright, Bane, get in there. So increase cooldowns. Can't really kill him. I can start with the healing immunity though. Let's get some turn meter. Decrease your damage. Alright, she is targeting Bane. That kind of sucks, actually. Can I zap your health? Oh, I can just... he'll come back. Yeah. Permakill? Nice. Reduce your damage. I think we want to do this again, because this reduces damage, right? Deal physical damage and reduce their offense 27 stacking. And Bane gains 20%, which can't be resisted for 2 turns. Alright, that was good. Gosh, I think we're gonna have to kill Barris. We did kill him on a basic, though, so he won't come back. Gosh, Bane. Oh, that's dirty, Bane. Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's gnarly. That really bailed me out. One shot the whole bottom wall. That's sick. That's a good bottom wall, too. That was Ahsoka. That was Dre. That was Lord Vader clones. Just completely nuked him. What's he got in the back? Garbage? That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That was nice. Bane, Bane, Bane. All right, let's, so we used Bane, but we've been using Saw here, and that's been working fine. So Saw, and then I think Baze. So this Datacron just melts QA. He did eat those Soda Whirlwinds. He couldn't have eaten 2 in a row, but it didn't matter. Now, she held the protection modded, so she's health modded, so this should work really well. I don't have a song for Saw, but I do have one for CLS, so we'll do that one. This should just melt them, honestly. Bane is the best GL, absolutely. Alright, bombs away, literally. And everyone dies. Unless your name is Pow, apparently. Dispel that crap. More debuffs, and you're dead. Good job, Saw. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and kill their Saw. Get our bounty hunters up in here. Get Twin Suns playing. Go get him, Boba. So this will take a minute, but we'll get through them. They might kill Fennec. That was Datacron costume. Alright, come on, hit him back. There you go. Yeah, so they were targeting Boba for a minute there, and that's really nice, because then he gets to counter them more. Oh, there goes What's-Her-Face. That sucks. Alright, well, that's banners. This does not lose, though. The banners does suck. Alright, just going for the basic to get the kill. And we'll counter him. There you go. Good job, Boba. So we've got Grievous, Great Mothers, and then honestly a bunch of crap. Oh, this is good. Everything else sucks. We'll use DTMG here because I know that works. Dark Side, I don't know. Protection. Sure, some defense, that's fine. Alright, sure.
With iron in his gaze, Moff Gideon stands, prepare to set the blaze. You have something I want. He commands the land. A ruler's ambition, the galaxy.
No turn meter for you.
With power and cunning, he's forged his throne. No rival can
I think we went after Fulcrum last time, and I remembered like not loving that. So we'll try Sabine this time. I don't really think it matters. I think he just wins. It'll take us a minute. We gotta stack some damage. We gotta get some armor shreds. Patience Viceroy, she will die. But oh, the damage immunity. Oh, that's fine. Whatever. I don't know if I knew that was irresistible. Alright, armor shred your face. Big hit. Dead. I've got a decent amount of damage now. That's a good question, Costi. That doesn't seem that strong. You're probably... As long as you leave bears for last, you can probably use, like, bounty hunters. That's what was beating it before the Kron. Does it have a good level 6? Okay, I don't know if I respect any of these teams other than the Trench one. And even then, I've got Bo-Katan. I've got a lot of things, actually, we could just use here. I might just use JML on that. Sea Overkill? Maybe a little? Not terribly much. Alright, we'll use Inquisitors over here. I've been using C versus the version that has Temple Guard. Dark Side, I don't know. Armor Pen. Sure, it's fine. Alright, ability block? Doesn't seem fair, but... Alright, let's remove that. It's kind of fine. Crit immunity. Back up to 6 stacks. Ah, I did not see the foresight there. That sucked. Yeah, foresight's annoying. Alright, see if we can get that off of you. Something tells me this is going to take a while to... I don't know. Let's dispel that and see if we can get a clean shot on Big Sister over here. Nice. Okay, sick. Armor shred on you. We're gonna have like no health on Sister here in a second. And that dispelled. Yes, do not hit the one who's like 1 inch away from death right now. Oh, we've had 1 health. That's great. Okay, Grievous? I don't even know. I don't think this is particularly hard. I'm genuinely a bit unsure. I think I have several options though. We got Grievous. Is this the... How good is this Datacron? Does this, like, have all the right things in all the right places? Yeah, it does. Jedi Revan might be an option. But I can give Jedi Revan good stuff. It's like Bo-Katan is 100% against it. I might just do that. What is Revan at? Or is he even being... He's not even being used. That's fine. I have 0 issues with Bo-Katan. Let's do light side offense. This battle will probably go really quickly. Maybe that, I don't know. All right, let's slice and dice you. All right, dispel that crap. 20 birds into Grievous, goodbye. Thanks for playing. That whole wall's gone. Profundity on defense? Is this going to be like full FU? It is. Man, I have not faced this in a minute. Okay, well that sucks. I might not even do that today. That's what he gets. Okay, this we're just overkilling the crap out of this. Yeah, it's fine. All right, this is fine.
Her voice surrounding, cry strong and loud, leading Mandalorian.
57, thank you. Alright, Queen Amidala, why not? Alright, Wrecker is immediately out. Dispel that crap. Big AoE. Oh, he has tanky. Doesn't matter. Everyone dies. Thank you. Old Bad Batch. Oh, they don't have Echo on the team. So they can't daze us, which means Maul obliterates it. Yeah. I don't think I have any offense left. Do I have protection or health? Sure.
From the ashes of war, she rose.
In the shadows of Mandalore, a warrior stood tall.
Oh, Hunter's dead. Oh, he's stunned Maul. That's interesting. Alright, good job, Gar. I got this garbage left. Honestly, like, what in the world is stopping... Oh, okay, at the start, they gave protection up. Attackers ignore taunt. Immune to stun. Whenever enemy dispels a buff. I mean, is there anything from stopping Wampa? I really don't think there is. I think Wampa just eats this.
In battles fierce and ruthless, he showed no fear. With every strike and parry, his enemies drew near. But Gus Saxon's loyalty, unwavering and true, he'd fight till his last breath.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've been able to use Wampa. Just auto. What a waste. Yeah, great point, KY. What a waste of 168% defense. I mean, this guy's a big roster, too. There is not a reason to do this. Like, this was most certainly not a necessary play. Ah, yes, we were done raid testing for the day, Gorski. Oh, play the Wampa song? Yeah, you're right. Yep, well, here goes Plo. Oh no, she revived. Yeah.
One big paw, a Jedi snack. Poor Luke's hanging, can't fight.
I probably just need a basic. Alright, that's fine. Good job, Wampa. Yeah, there is. There's also, unfortunately, Zach, there is always, unless an ability... So dodging could be a thing, although Lord Vader can't miss. So not in that scenario. There is always a 15% chance to resist a debuff if it is not irresistible. So Lord Vader, who... his Dark Harbinger ability, is not irresistible. So even if you have 1,000,000 times more potency than, say, Crusader's Tenacity, there's always a 15% chance that he'll resist. But Lord Vader, because Lord Vader's attacks can't be dodged, I don't believe. Yeah, attacks can't be evaded. So you just got a really unlucky resist. Yep, that'll happen about 1/8 of the time. That was a pretty quick JC. I will not be doing fleet right now. He put the FU fleet defense, so I'll let him figure things out, and then I'll attack probably tomorrow at work. Have we heard anything else about being allowed to use datacrons and PvE content? It seemed like we talked about it a while ago. I don't think we've heard anything about it, and I think the only thing we knew about it was from like a data mine. I don't think CG ever officially commented on that. I could be wrong though. Honestly, that was a pretty good speed run, all things considered. And we didn't drop a single battle. Maybe we normally overthink things. Bane into Ray was clutch, though. Bane into Ray was super clutch. This is dumb. I don't remember Bantha Fodder. I want to say no, but I honestly don't know. Get some Kyrotex, I guess, which I don't really need. Alright guys, I gotta go make some videos now. We did quite a bit of raid testing, now I actually have to put it together. I'll probably try to get like the top 5 free-to-play teams out by tomorrow morning. And then after that, I'll probably actually start doing tutorials on them. Some of them are kind of jokes though, like I just run the team. Thanks, Father. Thanks for everyone who stuck around for all 5-hour stream. It's always a good time. Appreciate the guys from the raid server as well. We just got a raid from Reality Gamers, guys. I'm probably gonna have to send y'all off as well. Adios, Zork. Got a video to make. I am sweaty too. You guys needed to know that. Thanks, Nick. Glad to have you here. Also, apologies. I'm saying this super late. If I didn't respond to a question of yours while I was on the Discord stream, because I was trying not to interrupt them as well. So, all right, let's raid Vexatron on YouTube. All right, YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. Send you over to Vex. Until the next time. Stay awesome.